Angel with the hydrate reminder already coming in. Welcome in, everyone. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I realized that I didn't switch over the event on the YouTube side, and so I was actually having to handle that real quick. But welcome in, everyone. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I got I got your hydrate reminder, Angel. And then I'm gonna delete the event on YouTube because I messed up and accidentally launched live with the old one. So it'll say that there's an upcoming event. Then we can kick off. All right, we should be okay. And then on the YouTube side, as you guys are filtering in, and Angel, welcome in. Maddie, welcome in. You said workday is less boring now. I'm so glad that I'm able to stream today. Yesterday, I was feeling pretty under the weather. My throat's actually still a little bit sore, but we're gonna stream for at least a good like 5 hours, I'd say. And then Skada and Ishtaruku, welcome in, you guys. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. And Skada said, "I'm ready." I need to just have it on copy paste. I got it. I got this one, Angel. But welcome in, you guys. We are going to today. We're going to be running. I have a few different decks that I have built out, but the one that I want to start with is a good cards deck. So it's just kind of like a good curve, good value, good effect style of deck that I've had a decent amount of success with. So let me move a bit. Untapped, and then we can run through the deck for a minute. Can I request an avatar? Yeah, absolutely. And then Fizzy Q, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Ooh, and the in-game sound is pretty quiet because Pokemon the other day was super loud. Be closer. OG Destroyer? Absolutely. Maybe anyone but that. I guess I don't have a Destroyer Ishtaruku somehow. I have like 10,000, but I don't have that. Is there any other one that you would like? And then Oppress, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. But as far as the good cards list, it's just looking at curving into your cards. Well, I have a couple of anti-venom decks that I want to kind of toy around with and play around with as well. But the one that I wanted to start with, and I think is probably going to be the most cohesive, uses the very flexible Kate Bishop. We have our Spider Ham Hydra Bob. We're just looking to play our value cards every single turn that we can, which is why we have speed in. I think he's been kind of an underutilized card in that 3-cost slot, especially with like a good curve style of deck. We have Copycat, which is still phenomenal value. Right now, Shadow King, Rogue, some of those bigger tech tools are so useful. We have Iron Lad, which with this deck, pretty much anything that it hits is okay. We have Vision, which right now we're seeing a much less Scream than we were earlier. And so things like Jeff and Vision are a little bit safer to kind of jump back into the mix. And then Red Hulk to finish it off with just like a big body. And so I'm sure we have any Venom. Let's do the Chef Venom. Then we'll do the golden Venom card back. Yeah, so the deck aims to be super flexible, so that it can kind of match up and go against just about any of the things that you may be running into right now with the meta. But before we jump in, so that we don't have any ads that interrupt the gameplay, we're gonna jump over into a minute and a half of ads, and then we'll jump straight into some games. Gold Venom just looks like he needs to brush his teeth. It kind of does. Or maybe he got him gold. You know? Maybe he wanted the like the full grill. And then Vosh, welcome in. We're gonna jump over to the minute and a half ads, and we'll be right back, you guys. Still struggling with scene swapping? Yes.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
To be fair, I haven't tried. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to try because it sometimes just completely derails the entire stream. Because screens right now look messy. What about now? Whenever I was doing like the run through of the deck, I just moved my camera up to the top right. After everything that he eats, yeah, you're probably right. Should have looked good once it's in game. What, the card back, or the screens? Because before I had my camera up here, so I could kind of do a run through of the deck. Well, so at the start it seems to work. Where I tend to have an issue is further along in the stream. It's like the connections to like the widgets. So like the Star Trek widget that's over here somewhere, way up over there. It's like the connection gets like bogged down, and then whenever I switch, that connection fails, causing OBS to crash. But I haven't been able to figure out exactly which connection it is or what is causing it. And so I'm afraid to start. It would be nice to have like a bigger cam when I'm doing a deck preview or something like that, but it's a small thing. I don't think it's a huge issue, at least for now. And then at some point, whenever I have a little bit more time, I'd like to like log on to an alt account and then like run a stream, just like playing some other game for a little bit, not necessarily even advertise it, so that I can kind of like freely swap between the different scenes. Then first up, we have King Pepika, the first location monster of Metropolis. Let's go ahead and throw our Spider-Ham down. Right now, Spider-Ham is a little bit, I feel like he's kind of a sleeper. He doesn't get used much, and sometimes he is just so crippling for the opponent. Nothing on 2. And then Ruroni, what deck are we rocking today? We're rocking a good cards deck. Just a like good card, good curve style of deck is what we're running to start the day. I have a handful that I am wanting to maybe check out. I have a few different ones that are running anti-venom. But to start, this one I think has the like best bones to it. Where's M'Baku? He's back in my collection where he belongs. And then I missed one. It's Hammer Time. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. The second notification reminded me. But El Shamu, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for the second month. Waited all night for the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a great one. All right, let's go ahead and lock in the Mobius. Okay, so Cosmo. No on reveals over to the left. We do have a couple of ways to get into the Sanctum Sanctorum with our Vision, with our Hydra Bob. So I think that's probably worthy of a snap. And then I'm going to go ahead and throw either Hydra Bob or we do Iron Lad. But since I snapped, I'm going to do Hydra Bob into like a copycat. Could have one weekend with M'Baku text jumps from your collection to the lowest power location. That would be amazing. So they have a Hydra Bob as well. So we're probably going to see another snapback. So this one very easily could go to 4 or 8 cubes, depending on when and how they might want to snap back. But we do have the Vision that's going to be able to kind of sneak its way over there. But we have to play it this turn. And so we're not going to be able to let them... We're not going to be able to surprise them. There we go. Now we can surprise them with the Venom. Or the Vision. My goodness. Have you tried Kame Best's anti-Venom decks? I have not, Zol. I haven't seen which ones. Maybe I have a couple of them built. Because I did... I built a few on my own, and then I took a... Ooh, the Claw difference. And the Bob diff. Oh, it's all good. We have the 8 power. Now that Claw got nerfed down to 7 power, we are going to be able to win Sanctum Sanctorum. And then it just comes down to the other location. So we could do, what, like Iron Lad, Hate Bishop. We could do, I think just a Red Hulk. This would bring it down to 6. They don't have any way to push more power here. So I think that probably this, if that's the, no. Yeah, let's do Red Hulk to the left. We'll keep the vision mid, see if they stick it out. Why they nerf Claw? He was too strong. They said he was kind of polarizing for early game, which I could see. His effect was so strong for like pull 1, pull 2. Oh, oh, okay, yeah, we're good. The loot cage. We start out with the big 8-cuber, which is a fantastic start. Claw was overbuffed. Yeah, Claw was overbuffed. He just had, like, he put out too many stats too easily. And I think it was okay when he didn't have, like, a raw home. But with the Agent Venom deck that kind of came up in popularity that just dominated with Claw Mystique, I think it was time to, like, bring him down a notch for sure. There's a Pixie one and a Sarah one. I have a couple of Wiccan ones, which I think is probably, for me, where he feels the best, is within some kind of Wiccan shell. It's kind of like a backup Wiccan. I do have one that was built out with a Pixie, though. But I think it was both, was it both Pixie and Wiccan? There might have been one. Dagger gaining and Vulture +6. Yeah, the Dagger is, Dagger at +3 per hit is crazy strong. And then Hurricane, welcome in. How goes the games? Well, we've only played one game so far, and we smashed out an 8-cuber, so good start to the day for sure. You plan on playing the Bazaar? I do. It looks super interesting. From what I've seen, the gameplay looks pretty fun. But I'm scared to play any other games because I haven't really done this enough for Marvel Snap that it feels like I can get a huge transfer over to other games. And so it may be something that I play as it gets like closer to launch. I don't know. I did see that Rarin is playing it right now. He's holding like a 1,700 viewer average, which is craziness. He's such a like. I really like Rarin's approach. So I'm really glad to see that his stream is popping off too. I know his videos for a long time have just been like dominating because he's so creative with them. But I'm glad to see that his streams are kind of following suit. What game are you talking about? There's a game in... Rarin is like a memer. He is, but he also has like a really good... He also plays really well. Like I think if he wanted to, he could probably be like, you know, a tryhard that's ranking among the top. But he finds it more fun to be like very memey, which I can respect. And then yeah, Bazaar. Right now it's in closed beta, so you have to pay for a founders pack. I think the cheapest one is $30 to get a free entry into it, or I guess that's not free, but to get an entry into the closed beta. And I know Dara played it for a bit. Binks was checking it out, and then we have several others that are $33 for 2 keys. Oh, gotcha. I think you might get an invite for someone else. Ooh, nice. I didn't realize that you could share with someone, but that is pretty cool. Did I hear a giveaway? If we do end up buying it, then yeah, I'll do a giveaway for sure. The Human Torch with Strange Academy, pretty unfortunate. I didn't think we were gonna get any use out of 2099, but lo and behold, go ahead and give it a shot. We're gonna see what our copycat or 2099 ends up destroying. Great marketing strategy. Yeah, I know. I like the way that they're approaching this. Do we know how long the closed beta is open for? Like, it might even be that even if I don't play it on stream, like, I might check it out off stream. Ah, no. Oh, well. Surger is kind of meh for the next season pass. Yeah. I think even... I think it's insane value regardless. Just for the, like, resources and stuff you get from the season pass, but I think the card itself goes in, like, 1 to 2 different Scar decks, and that'll be about it. And so I don't think it's incredibly flexible, but after Agent Venom kind of running the entire season this season, I think I'm okay with that. And then Mr. Chud, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Been enjoying the streams. Thank you so much, Mr. Chud. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Scar deck is also performing. Yeah. Scar is also in a pretty decent spot. So Surtur is going to be great for that deck. I'm offended whoever insulted Surtur. I don't think it's so much an insult to Surtur as much it is he's not like super flexible. He's going to go in a Scar deck and that's about it. All right, let's go ahead and Hydra Bob over to the right. That way if we snap later, we have a chance to just push it over into Kiln. I was thinking a Hulk family, High Evo Shell with Surtur. High Evo typically doesn't drop 10 plus that often, does it? Should have been powerful though, generic buff to power. Yeah, I could see that. Do we rotate the Jeff? In our deck, we have pretty good hit. No, we're not gonna rotate it. And then Bud Monkey with the resub with your Prime for the 5th month. Welcome back, Bud Monkey. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And then on the YouTube side, did you find any unique decks for Anti-Venom? There's a handful that I have built out, but I don't. Rogue in mid could be fantastic. So let's go ahead and rotate a copycat, see if we can maybe snipe it out. And then Cry, welcome in. Hope you're having a good stream so far. It's still really early on, but we're back to playing Snap today. The Pokemon Pocket stream was fun, but I'm honestly not too burnt out of Snap. I think having the 2 days break where I didn't really play it much definitely was nice to kind of come back into it like reinvigorated. But I was looking forward to playing Snap. Like I found myself wanting to play it last night, but I held off because I wanted to like test out and try out the decks on stream. 1 drop plus Cole, She-Hulk, Scar, Hulk, and Red Hulk. Brew. Acid left. Yeah, we could have done Acid left, but we potentially throw out a Vision next turn. We potentially steal their Claw, which is what I was wanting to rotate for. Was rotate and try to take the Claw away. Lost, he said, hot take, Snap is still fun and the current meta is good. I feel like it's hit and miss. There are a couple of decks that are, I would say, problem decks. But whenever, like, and I think the biggest thing for me is the last, like, 3 or 4 over the years have been very, probably, it feels like they've been safe. And so we haven't really gotten much shake-up out of them. Snap? Yeah, we can probably snap this. Because we have the Vision that can slide over to the left. We could also maybe just have Hydra Bob that pumps power to the left lane. And of course the Rogue is big. They could have a Rogue and they could steal it back. What if so? It's going to rotate. Agent Venom gets nerfed. Yeah. Yep. I think they do have a Rogue and it's going to rotate out. It's wild. They're never going to be able to just land it. They'll have to hopefully rotate it out of their deck. But we have to look out for that possibility. But yeah, I feel like Agent Venom is really suppressing the meta because it's making so many like mid-range cards that are otherwise just good cards turn out to be just kind of nutty. So we do have the left lane. Unless they snap back, we have this one. We could throw down a Vision. We could just keep in the right and do Hulk, even if they get rogue here. Even if they do like an Iron Man, I think we're okay. I don't see them staying. Have you played the Suki Ajax deck? I don't think so. I've seen a lot of Ajax recently, though. If you could do an over there, how would you make it? It's easier said than done, but I would like to see more like changes onto cards that are underplayed, and then just addressing like the top few most common decks that are pretty frustrating. Victory. Like right now, Agent Venom and Bounce are the two that are just like right at the top. That if you're loading into the game, you know that those are you're gonna see those most often. Ajax is making a return, but like bringing up something like kind of like the Moon Knight change, or the the Wolverine change, where it brought him from almost unusable to being in a pretty good state, where he's used in, or they're both used pretty frequently and pretty often. It's easier to say that than do, because you have to do plenty of play testing and things for whatever new ability it is. But I do like seeing underutilized cards kind of brought up rather than nerfing everything back down. I'm a fan of the name of this deck. I mean, they're they're all just good value cards, and so that's what we ended up doing. As far as a replacement for speed, I would go with another good value 3 cost. As far as which one that would be, sometimes you can get away with Gladiator. Depending on like what you're facing, you could even maybe do a Nocturne for locational control. You're gonna lose a little bit of your high-end power, but you can turn off Limbo and things like that. And then Cassandra Nova is always a pretty decent go-to. You could go Juggernaut. If you're seeing a lot of one cost, you could go Killmonger. You would just have to really look out for your Hydra Bob, and Spider Ham's probably not. Cosmo's also in a pretty solid spot. There's a lot of 3 costs that could pretty easily swap in or slot in there. He's just the kind of easiest to get good value out of the most consistently. But yeah, Red Guardian is also a good shot if you're seeing a lot of like discard or really Athena, Angela. Sometimes you could even with all of the Agent Venom, I felt like Red Guardian is a little bit less consistent because you never really know what you're going to hit. But certain matchups, it's just like it dominates. That'll be a snap. We took out their Apocalypse. Yeah. Discard has been super consistent. Like it's probably in the best spot that it's been in a very long time. Have you played any Scar decks? Yeah. There's one that I was running a couple of weekends ago that did really, really well. It was actually the last video that I posted that performed very, very well. But with the Typhoid Mary change, with Coal Obsidian, with Crossbones, it just makes him. It makes the Scar decks pretty consistent. Like it just pumps out so much power. That, and we're seeing a very big lack of seeing a very big lack of Shang-Chi as well still. And so Scar decks are a little bit safer. I think once the season pass comes out, we'll probably see Shang-Chi rise back up. What did they discard with Blade? If it's Swarm, no. Oh. Apocalypse Hela? El Shamu. Am I mispronouncing Surtur? I probably am. If so, my bad. If Iron Lad copies Copycat, does Copycat still copy? So not the Iron Lad version, but the card, the one that you draw, it does. Red Guardian would be great here. One of those situations where it'd be fantastic. You ever do something like that? Oh no, I chose the wrong direction. Red Hulk right was the play. Depending on... Oh, Jubilee. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely win the Chimichanga lane. Depending on what Dracula pulls down. No way, they sniped the hell out of their deck. So it has to be small, but it's ooh. Huge. Take it. We got very, very lucky there, I feel. I feel like we got very fortunate that one, nothing bigger pulled into the left, and then they absorbed their Lady Sif. We'll take luck sometimes. Red Hulk? Yeah, Red Hulk here was enormous. 3, 6, 12, 15. Every single turn he gained value. Yeah, even if Giganto went mid, but had anything other than this left lane pulled left. So Jubilee, if it had been the pig, Giganto, Hella, we would have lost left. And then Mono, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I was feeling a bit under the weather yesterday. My throat was pretty sore. I was pretty congested. Still not feeling 100%, but definitely feeling much better today. And I went out trick-or-treating with my daughter and son last night, and my daughter, she had a pretty big day at school, so she was tired, which is really strange for her because she loves Halloween, and so she wanted to stay in the wagon that we were pushing around after maybe the first like 15 houses, and so then she ended up staying there and sleeping while we ran my son around to other houses. And then Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I finally saw the video, or at least a clip from where that emote came from. I'm starting to get a lot of her videos on TikTok for whatever reason whenever I scroll through. But I saw the source of it, and I think it's even funnier now that I know where it actually came from. Did you have a Wong costume? I should have. I didn't even think about it, but now that you brought it up, it feels Wong of me to have not had one. So my daughter, she was gonna go as a princess, and then last minute she said she wanted to be a scary witch, which was super surprising for her. We can't even snap and get Hydra Bob away. It's unfortunate. But then last minute, she decided she wanted to go as Ghost Spider, which we already had a Ghost Spider dress because she's been kind of obsessed with Ghost Spider for a while. And so she went as Ghost Spider. I just really like how happy she looks in the emote. Yeah. I think it's funny now knowing like the context of it. Bald TLSG? Ooh, that would be interesting. So Mobius doesn't do us much good here. But the only upside would be the Juggernaut. But they have Typhoid Mary. They could potentially do Cole this turn. Since they got Typhoid Mary down on 3, I'm gonna give it to them for the 1. Because we know that it's most likely a Scar deck. It looks like the Scar deck that I was running, I think last week, right after the Typhoid Mary change. And so they can slam down a lot of points, and without Shang-Chi or a way to like really go over the top of it, I think we just give them that one. Ghost Spider's awesome to go as. Yeah, she loves Ghost Spider. For a long time, she was into like everything Ghost Spider and Spider-Man. She's kind of fallen off of it a little bit, but I think it's still kind of her like go-to. She always still kind of eventually goes back to, playing as Ghost Spider, being a superhero, saving the day. Now she's also into mermaids now, and so mermaids are kind of taking over our like pretend playtime, at least for a while. I wouldn't wish the infinite Zabu growl on my worst enemy. Yeah. I remember the first time I accidentally, like, I think I threw Zabu into an unrevealed location, and it was the one that removes the abilities. And it just sat there and growled for the rest of the game. Was a very long game. Ooh, so we can still loot Cage away. I think this deck is an Ajax deck, actually. So this is probably Hazmat. No, or maybe not. No. With the Black Knight, I think it's one that runs Infinite, a couple of discard cards. It runs things like Man Thing, and then Loot Cage to steal it back. So I think we are going to go ahead and drop the Rogue, and we'll snap into a Spider Ham to see what we hit. There's a deck that has some pretty decent stats in top 10% Infinite on Untapped that runs the Black Knight, like Lady Sif, Blade, Loot Cage, Man Thing. I think it runs Red Holt. Maybe not. No, it runs Valentina. Oh, okay. Typhoid Mary I think fits into that deck as well. I have one built out. Depending on what Iron Lad hits, might be worth it to throw right, just to make them invest more, but it also, maybe it's not. Can you show us some of the top decks? Yeah, I can pull up Untapped. Speed's not bad. That gives us a good little bit of extra bump. I think it also runs like Ghost Rider and a few other pretty big cards. We invest heavier over here. I don't think they have anything big other than the Infinite. See what this does. We did not need to go to the left. Full speed count if he's mid-turn? Yeah, I believe so. Oh no, the Magneto! I wasn't expecting the Magneto. Could have won that one. Had we flipped speed over here instead, that one was easy game. But I thought they were going to maybe push further into Castle Blackstone to try and flip that one. But the read was wrong. General Sergeant resubbing with Prime for the 9th month. The baby is finally born. Welcome back. Hopefully you're having a great one. So let's pull up the Untapped. And I'll show you the filters that I typically look at. I can find it. Here we go. Okay. So typically when I'm looking at it, I usually do top 10%. I leave it as pool 3+, and then I kind of mess with the date range, depending on how recently we had a patch. And so this one includes from the 24th. This one is from the 25th. So I'll probably start doing this one until we have another patch, just to see like any recent changes. Then I like to look at win rate rather than game count, because game count doesn't always mean as much. So then if I'm looking for like something that maybe is a little bit more unique, I keep it pretty low. If you're looking for the stuff that has been played quite a bit, we have, you can reel it up a little bit. but we're still in a pretty small sample size, so I still keep it relatively low. We see a lot of bounce. This one, I think I haven't tried this one, but it's kind of an interesting take on Toxin. Dropping in, you can bounce in like the Silver Sable, the Cassandra, the Scorpion to negatively afflict them even more. And so I think this is one that I'll try out. It looks unique enough. We see typically a lot of bounce. This one could just be that like Husky Puppies or somebody that typically is really good with Phoenix Force was rocking it last night. And so you kind of take some of these with a grain of salt. But the one that we're playing right now, the Good Cards deck, has 130 game sample size, which for overall is still pretty low, but for top 10% is kind of on the high side, and it's still holding a 68% win rate. So it should be pretty good, pretty cohesive. And then Flint Mika. Hope I didn't butcher that. Thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for 3 months. We have a quick set of ads that are going to run. But don't worry, I'll still stick around. Scream decks? Yeah, depending on if you're seeing a lot of Scream decks. I haven't seen very many Scream decks, and so and then Surreal on the YouTube side. So you did the exclamation point star. Let me copy and paste, and I'll pin it onto the YouTube since there's not any commands over there. There we go. My little man went as Spider-Man. My middle guy went as Venom. That's amazing, Tucker. I like the cohesion. So my son went as Egghead Island Luffy, and then my daughter went as Ghost Spider. And my wife got home late for, I guess, like midday yesterday, and so we kind of threw together what we had. So we didn't have a good family outfit. Next year, I hope that we'll be able to get something put together. And then Miss J93, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime. Hopefully you're having a great one. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. So you said you're missing Bob and Speed. So Speed could be another good value card like Cassandra Nova. We have Juggernaut, some good tech cards. And then Hydra Bob, like Silver Sable, and you'd probably be okay. And so then as far as discard goes, this is pretty in line. Like maybe you see like a Gambit change, but it's probably 11 of the 12 cards you'd see in like one of the more successful or consistent discard lists. Don't mention Scream. I love that deck when she hits unrevealed cards. Yeah, it's a small change, but it was also, I feel like, a pretty impactful one. We have a lot of bounce and a lot of variations of bounce that show up on the top. This one, I think, is probably, it's okay. But I think right now, if you're seeing a lot of bounce, if you're seeing a lot of some of these other decks, it doesn't quite pump out the power that it needs to. But it's kind of a good failsafe. But I probably wouldn't pick this one up. I think it was probably just like a good session where they got like 56 games or so. We have this Anti-Venom, which I actually have built out that I think is kind of interesting. 110 game sample size with a 62.4% win rate. That runs the Zabu Hazmat Psylocke to kind of ramp into either an Iron Lad or an Anti-Venom early. Or sometimes you could ramp into like an Ajax early, or use it to get both Hazmat Ajax down. If you drop the Psylocke on turn number 5 going into 6, you can drop both Ajax Hazmat last turn. How have you liked Anti-Venom so far? Anti-Venom is a unique one. He has a pretty cool ability, but a lot of times, like, you can't build a deck that fully relies on him hitting big every single time, which I think is the problem that a lot of people, myself included, brewed around, was like looking for a huge payoff. I think he's just a good big body that gives you a free resource on that following turn. And so I think he's okay. I don't think he's crazy by any means, but definitely playable in like a good curve style of deck. Actually, a higher end curve. You wouldn't want something like the good cards list that we're playing, because then you wouldn't have enough cards to really make use of the free one as often. Yeah, he feels kind of like Wiccan, and I do like a lot of times where he's kind of paired or partnered with Wiccan itself. But this is the deck that I think we just ran up against. I played a bit with this one. It does decently, but it has a very limited ceiling. So the Black Knight, Zabu, Blade, it runs Valentina with the Luke Cage, and then a couple of like impactful later cards. And so they probably had Sarah, but since we had Mobius down, they didn't drop it, and they opted for one of the others instead. But it can do some pretty big power output, especially if you get lucky with your like Black Knight into a discard of Infinite. And then a Ghost Rider resummon. But let's go ahead and jump over into a few more games. Those are among some of the top. It changes pretty frequently, so I would take some of those with a grain of salt. Because some of those, like, it could just be that somebody really good like KM Best or somebody like rocked it for one stream or one session, and they did better than what like the normal person would do. And then Surreal, yeah, no problem. I'm sorry it took me a little bit to notice the YouTube chat. And then Sai on the YouTube side, welcome in. And then Tucker, you said I went as Spider-Man with them. Mask was broke, but it was cool. My girl went as Stitch, and the oldest was Zombie. So there was a little bit of cohesion, and then a little bit of just whatever everyone wanted. How does Mobius feel? So right now, Mobius feels okay. So we see a little bit of anti-venom. We see a decent amount of like bounce, and Mobius feels decent in that. I've also been seeing a lot of like Sarah counter stuff, and so it feels okay. It doesn't feel like it just makes the deck. If we're not seeing much use out of him, he could easily be another tech card. But as far as right now, I've been enjoying it. I'm just running the monster. Most of the decks I try to run really hate me on drawing. You're just running what? Wait, what monster? Anti-venom? Kid where I work when is me? Probably the coolest moment of my life. That is pretty fun. Like matching your. Did they have like a name tag with? I don't know if at your work you wear name tags or not. But either way, I feel like that's pretty cool. So we go Vision. Either that or we could throw an Acid Arrow, but I don't think that's going to be like the determining thing for us. So Arrow, they could have a Cannonball. They could have a Magneto as well. You've been using Supergiant Affliction. I do have one of those built out as well. But I kind of like the idea of Supergiant into like either an Ajax. Yeah. Does it run Daredevil as well, Phantom? So if they do Cannonball, they push our Vision out. They go to 18, and we're only at 16. We could potentially grow this to 19. Give it a try. Huge. So the Vision, that should be fine. Maybe. Oh no, do we... Oh, if we only win left by 2, we don't have enough in the right lane to win. We should have just naturally moved Vision over there. No, then we would have lost the Kate Bishop. If Vision had bounced over to the right, we won that one. It came down to a 50-50 where it went. Yeah. I knew they had priority, but since we already had Vision on the board, moving it over kind of gave him a guaranteed target. And then Killian, you said you're playing Snap. Notification was about Pokemon. Was it? Well, yeah, we are playing Snap. And so I didn't actually change games, and I don't know how to. I'm not sure how to push a notification on here. What I think happened was I initially launched the stream as the wrong game. So the title and everything is correct, right? Yeah. Title, the game title here. But I don't think I can re-push a notification. So the problem was on OBS, I didn't change to the correct event. So I'm not sure how to change it. Like maybe I could disable and then re-enable the YouTube stream. But I feel like that might kick you guys out. So I think we'll just have to eat it this time. He said 50-50s, man got lucky again. That's okay. It comes down to a coin flip. I'm okay losing a 50-50. Like, I'd always stay on those. And then Myth Dragons, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. But Mobius doesn't do us as much good here. We could just forego the Mobius, because I think this is a Wiccan deck, so I don't think it's going to matter as much. And we can sacrifice a card so we can start playing into Vormir. Can't steal it, unfortunately. But let's go ahead and throw our Iron Lad. We get Vision. Spider Hand would be okay. We have Speed. Copycat would probably... It's just Iron Lad being a body, but... wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And then Miss J. I'm not sure if I... Miss J93, I'm not sure if I called yours out, but thank you so much for the Prime resub as well. The Iron Lad is big. They do have the Anti-Venom, so unless... Give it a shot. I'm going to play Mobius in case they don't do the free resources turn. But I forgot Wiccan decks. A lot of them were still running or experimenting with Agent Venom. Hey, big so far. They can't do the Anti-Venom card for free. They have to pay whatever cost it was. And right now we're losing... Right, I guess we're winning all three right now. Is it ever... that? Yeah. Never see anyone use Grapple Arrow as intended. I use... Depending on the deck, sometimes I use Grapple Arrow, especially if there's a location where, like, it's a destroy this... the next card, or if it's like a destroy location or an altar of death or whatever it is, then I'll use Grapple Arrow. Otherwise, I just place it wherever. Or if I'm running like a dagger, or sometimes some clutter tools, I use the Grapple Arrow to try to like position it into like a riskier lane to make sure that I can get it capped out. Then Alloy, how are the games going? The games are going pretty well so far. We're running a pretty established, kind of just like a good cards list. And turns out, good cards are pretty good. Let's see what our stats are right now. I feel like they're... Oh, we're actually just pushing a little over 50, but it's only been 8 games. We do have an average cube gained per game of 0.88. And so we're maximizing on the ones that we win, I guess. So Zabu, we could be seeing the Luke Cage deck we saw before. We could also be seeing the Scar deck as well. I've heard about these good cards being good. We have their Crossbones, so actually we know that they're running a Scar deck. And then Orcanus 177, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. So we could try the Mobius so that anything that was discounted... Actually, Mobius is decent here against Scar, now that I think about it. Asteroid M is tough for us, but a lot of their big cards slide over into the right anyways, other than something like Demon. So now they can't even cheat out like a free Scar. They can't... If they're doing the version that runs like Mockingbird, Sasquatch... We also have that one handled. If we do Iron Lad, kind of hope that it hits Hydra Bob, actually. Doesn't matter where we play it, because it's always going to slide back into the right. You can snap? Yeah, we probably should have snapped it. We could do something like speed, basic arrow, acid arrow. I think we just go vision instead. You play any horror games? I haven't for a while, Matto. But not that I've never played them. They cut Hydra Bob out of Deadpool 3. Did they really? Or was he supposed to be in there? Feels like a weird way to win. Is there something that would be more value than the 14 power Giganto, though? This would be 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14. No, so this just matches the output of the Giganto. But I don't think they can do anything big. Speed gets pulled? True. Yeah. Yep, this is the play. Goliath eats him. Goliath also would eat him. I don't think they're running Goliath. I think this is just like a Typhoid Mary, just like big deck. But with Mobius down, they can't double drop. So it's set on like 11 power being their high end. Juggernaut. It's unfortunate. We're going to lose to the Shadow King. No. Because Giganto went to the right, we still grabbed the win. Victory. I was not expecting the Juggernaut. Juggernaut's kind of a flare tech that I haven't seen ran as often. We take the lucky flip sometimes though. Thank you, Mr. Atuma. Yeah, Mr. Atuma saved that one for us. Otherwise, it was an outright draw. Who's played by Ryan's best bunny, Rob? I don't know. I actually haven't seen. Is Deadpool 3 Deadpool Wolverine? If so, I haven't seen all of it. I wanted to, I just never got the opportunity. And then say when, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. We're having a pretty good run so far. Maybe it's because there's a lot of people playing Pokemon Pocket today instead. But I was excited to jump into Snap. I took a couple of days where I didn't play it, like even in my downtime, and came back to some pretty interesting deck options. That's why I'm winning so much. No, do I don't think that's truly what it is, but I guess whatever it takes. It's also end of season, so I think a lot of people that really heavily grinded it out are also probably like taking a break. All right, let's go with Spider-Ham. He said was surprised. Why the heck is the game not making me hate myself? Sometimes we have those games or those days where you just question why you played it at all. And then on the flip side, sometimes you have the days where you just enjoy every single matchup you go into. Disney on November 12th. Well, then I'll be watching it on November 12th then. And then we have Arcane coming out on Netflix soon. which is also exciting. We could rogue and steal that away, but I think yeah. Let's go ahead and hit him. We should have snapped into the rogue. With the agony, I'm not sure how high in they're going. You said Pokemon is fun, and I like the collectible side. Yeah, and I enjoy it. It may just be more in like shorter bursts. At least until maybe there's a ranked mode. Maybe ranked mode changes that for me. But it's still definitely something that I'm playing in my downtime. Like I'm not missing any chance to pull any packs. So Shadow King, huge. So we go first. Are they ever looking to do a Heimdall? I mean, if they moved Vulture, did Heimdall. I don't think that wins it for them because it'd only be these three that went. So it might be safer to just do like a big Red Hulk. Direction my gut's telling me. Because if they do Eliath right and not Heimdall, then we can overpower it with the Red Hulk. But if they do Heimdall, their scaling cards land in mid. Oh, they tie the left. I didn't actually calculate it. Oh well. Shadow King mid takes it from Heimdall. Right, if that's her play. Yeah, I didn't realize that this stacked to 16. I should have done the math on it. Fortunately, I did not. It's the big difference. Yeah. The big difference made the... What's a replacement for speed? For a replacement for speed, I was going to try and say something witty, but nothing came to mind. You could go Cassandra Nova. You could go Juggernaut. I would probably shy away from Cosmo since you do have quite a few on reveals in this deck. But you could go Red Guardian. I would shy away from Killmonger since a lot of times you'll play your Hydra Bob or Spider Ham early. But if you're seeing a lot of like blood stuff, then maybe you go Killmonger. I'd probably go Cassandra Nova. Or maybe Juggernaut. But since you're not dropping it on the last turn, Juggernaut's probably not the play. You could do Gladiator. With all the Agent Venom stuff, Gladiator also is usually a pretty safe bet, depending on what kind of things you're matching into. So I'd say either Cassandra or Gladiator, I think, at the end of the day. Yeah, we would have had to split it a bit different last turn. So, do we ever... I don't think we ever double up on the Mobius, do we?
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Uh-oh. This could be the Scar deck. What a quack. This could be the Scar deck. If so, Mobius stops them from getting, like, the cheap Scars to play down. And then Nifty Weasel, thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months at Tier 1. It was an anti-Venom instead, but... no such luck on the free resource for them. They were expecting to use that free resource over and over and immediately countered. So Mobius has had quite a bit of utility for us. And then Wolverine said, oh, nice. One of the few streamers who still plays Marvel Snap. We're among the few, the proud Marvel Snappers. I feel like that's a... We need a different slogan because we can't do the Marines like that. But we are one of the few Marvel Snappers still playing. And then yeah, we got their Annihilus. Here. And then getting speed was a was a huge hit as well. We could do Iron Lad Hood, but then we don't have enough energy for the demon next turn unless we draw. I guess we can't draw, can we? We did that. Next turn we can do Iron Lad plus Shadow King again. You could copycat on cloning. What for another Annihilus? Copycat plus Hood. Oh, you could Hood. Oh, true. You could do Hood into the Annihilus since we had their Hood. Very true. That gives this one 3, 4, 5 extra power here. What, like Iron Lad? Big Cersei? Do we see a destroyer? Oh no. I don't see a destroyer. I see a MODOK though. Oh, double MODOK? Rest in peace, Quack.
Victory.
And then I missed a couple of... And then Vosh, you said Star Trek promo only benefits you for new players? Yeah. New players, or if you like had gotten rid of your new phone or like created a new account with that download, then it counts. But if it's like logging into your old stuff, then nah, it doesn't benefit me at that point. Which is okay. And everyone is leaving. Hopefully second dinner wakes up. I hope that they have some cool stuff brewing or in the pipeline. I hope. That was a gamble? It was a big gamble. Sub for Hydra Bob? Yeah, I'd say Silver Sable's probably a good bet. The Zabu Tinkoff deck is pretty solid. Yeah, it's pretty solid right now. You're talking about the Scar deck. If so, that one pumps out quite a bit of power pretty consistently. You said you'll give Star Trek a go. I appreciate it, Mono. I'll be playing it a little bit later, and I actually have this is the second time I've ran a Star Trek promo, and so I have the account that I was building up last time that I'm gonna jump back onto. And so I'm kind of excited to get a little bit more progression going. Next up we have Gabriel Crawler. We have our Jeff, but let's go ahead and we'll do Kate Bishop. They have Zabu, so if we get Mobius, definitely a guaranteed drop for us. There's the Mobius. I don't know if we really want to play many of these other cards. We have... Board starts getting pretty congested pretty fast. Snap? Yeah, okay. Snap on it. Looking at the track record, I don't think Second Dinner is too concerned about their player count. They don't signal any big changes. I feel like they also don't want to... I don't know. It feels like they... I hope that they have some like acquisition stuff in the pipeline, but it feels like they don't want to give too much of it away too early, because maybe they want to generate like a really big hype event when it comes out, but I don't know. Sub for Iron Lad. Iron Lad's a tough one to replace. I think the closest thing would be Anti-Venom, but I don't think it's quite as good as Iron Lad. And so nothing lines up like directly with it. Yeah, you could do Jubilee, but it's thinning your deck. You have a lot of potential bad hits. Whoa, huge Eliath pool. We'll gladly take the Eliath from Zen Enjoyer. Yeah, it exists. It's very similar, but it doesn't quite. Jubilee doesn't quite compare as well for Iron Lad. So you may just go with like a good value 4, which is kind of tougher to slot in. Then Glitter Pow Pow, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. We have very little idea of what they're running here. But let's go ahead and play Mobius as we feel it out. Oh no. Mobius strikes again. Yeesh. Mobius is proven his value for here. I'm guessing it was probably Galactus, and they just weren't going to be able to get Galactus down. And then Stimpy said, "Thanks for streaming Snap. So many others have died inside from trying Anti-Venom and haven't come back." Overall, I'm not like burnout of Snap. I still very much enjoy it. When a new card comes out, a lot of times it can be pretty frustrating playing the new card on day one, because you see so many people running big counter decks specifically for it, or something like Anti-Venom. There's a lot of experimentation, and you're getting beat down by like the tried and true old decks. So like the day of a new card release or patch can be frustrating, but that's also when I really enjoy the game the most, is because you can really try to brew something brand new. But I took a couple of days. I played Pokemon Snap for one of them. I kind of just rested, and I did a lot of walking yesterday. And then I was like, last night I was actually itching to play some more Marvel Snap, but I decided I would hold off and wait until I was able to stream it, so that I didn't like decide like this deck was either too good or too strong, or that it wasn't good enough, and then like burn through decks that I would have been fine playing on the stream. TLSG is clever. He plays the counter deck several days later. Nobody's expecting it at that point. It's not a full counter deck. It's just we slot in Mobius because Mobius has a lot of utility right now. Let's go Iron Lad. Everything is a pretty good hit. Wait, did I say Pokemon Snap? That is a Nintendo 64 game that was a beautifully well done game whenever I was little. Oh, we hit the Red Hulk. Huge Iron Lad pull. But we're playing a little Marvel Pocket today. Yeah, Pokemon Snap, I enjoyed like everything Pokemon growing up, but Pokemon Snap was one of those that it was, at first it was I would say it felt like almost not as good because it was so different. But after getting kind of accustomed to and used to like the style of the game, it definitely grew on you. I want to play Bob. Yeah, let's go ahead and play Bob. They remade it on Cube as well. Yeah, the OG was on 64, and I had it, and I played that one for hours and hours. The first biggest, like, most like upsetting thing that happened to me because I loved games when I was little. Like I played them from when I could barely hold a controller up to whenever. But the one that I remember causing me the most grief the earliest was Donkey Kong Country, the first one. I played that one for hours and hours and hours, and I eventually got to the final boss. I what I thought was beat him, and like the credits rolled. I walked away. I was super excited, and then I came back to a game over screen. Like they completely trolled me with the fake credits before the boss like came back and revived. It was devastating because it took me so long to like finally be able to beat him. I think we retreat. Like I don't think we have this one. Running into that rock last turn. It's tough. Yeah, the music in that game was great too. You said you didn't answer. Can I donate to you if we match into each other? You can if you want to.
Escaped.
Or is Black Swan? So Mobius has a lot of like sneaky utility right now. So we have the Black Swan stuff. We have Beast Bounce stuff. We still have quite a bit of Destroy, so death stuff. We have Scar, which Mobius counters the Scar discount. We have the Anti-Venom. We have a little bit of like Mr. Negative. I think just in general, Mobius has some like sneaky utility and value. Because like almost everything that we've been going to has had or starts having some form of like discount. Has your Anti-Venom already been benched? No, we'll bring it back out later. And then P Busy, thank you so much for the Prime sub for 3 months. Keep it up. I will absolutely keep it up as long as you guys are here to stream to. I will absolutely be streaming. Yeah, and then in next week, whenever Scar and Surtur are running rampant, I think Mobius is going to be really good there as well. And Zon Aster, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Would you say Hydra Bob is worth 6,000? I feel like Hydra Bob is probably the best one-cost card in the game, if you can get a handle on how to use him. And so I'd say possibly. If it depends on what your collection looks like. But if you're at a pretty decently full collection state, then I definitely think it could be worth it. And then Chase, UNC21, thank you so much for resubbing with Prime for the 5th month. He said, oh, look, Speed, I don't see him much. I think Speed is probably a little, he's kind of boring, but he's, if we get Mobius, beautiful. He's a little bit boring, but he's a pretty good value, especially if you're looking to like curve into your cards efficiently. And so I enjoy him. I feel like we don't Gambit yet. I guess if we don't do it now, no, it's never the Gambit now. Kind of sad, but we could just do like a rogue ham. Far better than Nico. Okay, yeah, I think that's Cope DP. Nico is more flexible. Bob is one of the best one-cost cards. Then on the YouTube side, the Donkey Kong Country was my favorite game. Yeah. I also really enjoyed, I was a little bit older when this one came out, but the Super Mario RPG. I really enjoyed Super Mario RPG. We can get rid of everything in our hand in favor of trying to snipe out the 50-50 Dracula discard. But the problem is that they have quite a few swarms, and without a Mobius, I think we'd have to hope for like a surprise factor that gets rid of their Dracula.
You won't need this.
And then Jovial. So what do you think about Frigga for the next spotlight? I think she's at 3 cost. She has a lot more chance to be good. I think she'll be interesting. Mario RPG was magical. There was a point where like something about like the music of the game like put me into a trance at one point as a kid. Wow. Doesn't show her ability. She copies the last card that you played, right? Copies it into your hand. Odog voice line is so bad. Yeah, it's not great. We're gonna give them this one. Because with Dracula down, with all of the swarms, there's just not enough we can do. I feel like this is probably cope. But it's only 1 extra cube. Why no Martyr instead of Bob? Well, there's a couple. Ooh, the Meek to the right? Are they playing Apocalypse out? Or did they even have Apocalypse? I don't know if they had Apocalypse. No way. Huge. Poor Meek. They had no Apocalypse, only Swarms. Yeah, and we're also lucky they didn't have any not Collector. Any Morbius. He said worst voice line is Enchantress. Why does she say her own name like a Pokemon? I don't know. It's charming when the Pokemon do it for sure. Gillian, you said Frigga Anti-Venom can be fun for Dakin. Yeah, I think either one of those could be pretty cool to experiment with. I think we're gonna see a lot of people like slaughter into Surfer right off the jump and say this card is cracked. But I don't know that she actually improves that deck. I think that deck is just probably good as is. Or one Enchantress variant where she's dressed like Gardevoir. Alright. Oof. These locations are pretty tough. As long as they don't snap here, we don't have to worry about Murder World. Let's see what we hit with Iron Lad. Because with Silk, they're probably a movement deck that didn't really get to do much in the early game. So I don't think we really need to force Mobius down. Otherwise, we could do Mobius Jeff next turn. Knocked out their arrow. Nice. The Marvel Snap Pokemon crossover would be elite for sure. We could do Spider Ham. We could also do, I guess, a Vision. And we could just move that into Castle Zemo to compete over there. Ooh, nice. The Juggernaut getting buffed up in Panopticron. They could have Magneto. we were gonna snap it to see where Bob went, because then it would make it a little bit difficult for them to kind of gauge where they needed to push their power. I don't know why speed sound effect is it's satisfying. It is. Just hearing it like go off each time it powers up, like a little laser. But I agree, it's pretty satisfying. And so we're 11 and 6, 65% win rate with the deck so far. I've got Enchantress like 5 times today. Really? I haven't seen Enchantress in ages. Next up we have Warrening, rank 517. Let's start off with a Spider Ham. Ooh. Take out their Hazmat, so that takes a lot of their Affliction effect away. Let's see if we can get the Raft resource. Being able to potentially play like 2 arrows next turn, or Jeff plus an arrow and then fill it up the following turn, I think is pretty big. How's the deck holding up against the meta? Right now we're holding a 65% win rate. It's only been 17 games though. What a huge pull from Copycat.
Oh, snap.
We hit their Hazmat first, and then second, now we have their Ajax. And if we draw Rogue, we can even Rogue away the Luke Cage, potentially. But I don't know that we need to. So Mobius, Rogue, Hydra Bob, Vision, Red Hulk. All of those I think are pretty decent. A big Giganto, it's fine. Master Mold? A Master Mold gamer. Then we sniped out Mobius. And so now they can't even get the free Raft resource. Super unfortunate for them. Like, they have it, they just can't use it for free. I'm going to go ahead and throw the Giganto, just because we've seen such a lack of Shang-Chi in the current meta.
All systems go.
I wonder how Dracula Dump would hold up. I think Dracula Dump would probably be fine. It explodes a lot of power, which a lot of times can give you the sneaky ways that you may need to be able to find to win. So it's all about flipping this location to take the 4 from them and give it to us. So to do that, could have Maximus that bumps this back up. If they have Man Thing, then they're gonna give it to do us a. We may lose this one. Maximus helps their Ronin out quite a bit. Had we had Rogue in hand to steal the Ronin away, would have been big. Maximus was a bit too much. The Shadow King mid could have made the Pig 0. But without flipping this one back, we wouldn't have been able to like hold this one down anyways. So Ajax mid could have been a play. So Copycat here. I guess would have only been an extra +2. That wouldn't have done it either. The Ronin was a bit too much. It's an Ajax Ronin deck, which is super interesting. Oh, it would have, yeah, it would have offset our arrow as well. Next up, we have Isaac Nitiro. And then Butt Squad, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good day. I think that one as is was tough, unless we had something like bigger that we could have thrown into mid. With them having Maximus to force our hand to like get bigger. Warning said GG's. That was scary. Had no idea what you were playing. The Maximus, we actually drew into Rogue with your Maximus. So if we had Rogue, we could have potentially stolen that one away. But you had like the perfect setup. I thought we had you when I stole your Ajax and we pigged your hazmat, but you were still able to pull it out. I was very surprised by the master mold. But as always, very good game. So Demon, Nico, Squirrels, they have another Demon in hand. I feel like this is probably like a Khazar Marvel Gilgamesh deck. They had a phenomenal early game start, so I feel like we're probably at disadvantaged. It's a big. Actually, why do they have crossbows? I don't know what kind of deck they're running. But make sure that we hit it before they could potentially shift it over into mid. I'm gonna throw Shadow King now. No one plays Maximus anymore? Probably for good reason. It worked out for you in that game. It worked out really well. Oh, and actually, if we drew Rogue, we wouldn't have been able to steal it because you did have the Cosmo as the backup too. Could also be Scar. Scar with the with the Nico, the Squirrels, Cole Obsidian. I could see. Maybe also like a Mockingbird. Mockingbird, Sasquatch, the discount as well. So is this just a curve out deck with some tech? Yeah. Yep, it's a curve out deck. With some pretty decent tech right now. Shadow King and Rogue are both pretty good. Mobius has been surprisingly like probably the MVP of our tech cards. But otherwise, we're just looking to like get good value. Playing Scar before Tuesday? Yeah, Scar's already in a really good spot. He has a couple of decks that are really strong. So I'm assuming that they snap. They would have to snap this turn. Otherwise, we're going to get their Hydro Bob. Why did they play it there? There we go. That gives us a chance to potentially snap next turn to force it back over. No, we couldn't. Because it'll shift beforehand. Then Pilk, resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. This is for the 7th month. Very much appreciate you. Very much appreciate you being here. And this is it's super late for you, right, Pilk? Either way, I appreciate you being here. He said, I have a new game you might be interested in. Are you talking about the Bazaar? Because if so, you're right. I am interested in the Bazaar. From what I've seen, you say that your Mobius made me mad. My Wrath with Scar. Oh, and hitting it from the Iron Lad was so like it added insult to that injury. But I am interested in playing the Bazaar. But you have to buy a $30 founder pack, and so I'm not sure fully sold if I'm going to stream it yet or not. And so I haven't decided if. I guess it depends on how long the beta is open for. But the game does look really fun. Which one is worth more, Anti-Venom or Wiccan? If I want to use tokens, I'd say Wiccan is more It's still early though, but it feels like Wiccan is a little bit more consistent. Or he finds himself in a bigger variety of decks. He said don't get Wiccan right now. Oh, is Wiccan going to show up in a set of caches soon? Closed beta now, open beta in December. Yeah, the gameplay loop of it looked really fun. I watched a little bit of Binks. I watched Dara play it for a bit, and then just a few minutes of Rarin before I started my stream. I caught his as well. I forgot all of. Oh no, I forgot. Oh no, I forgot all about Supergiant being down. That's not good. So. Why can we move this? Oh, I stole their Madam Web. Right. So is it ever this? Or it could be Iron Lad to the right, Red Hulk, that's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We win left, and we're semi-pressuring the other two. It doesn't feel great for a 4-cube stay, though. You said Reynad is the owner of and founder of the company? That's huge. So it's like a...
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Built by the Spider-Man move is more than we can handle. So it's like a built by a card game player or founded by a card game player, which I think is probably really cool. It's also kind of makes sense why Rarin is playing it. Will we get more Pokemon streams? Possibly. I'd like to at some point. Watch Negasonic be mid. Chow called it out with the Negasonic. But we do have a quick set of ads that are going to run, and then we'll be right back, you guys. We'll be back in a minute and a half. And so I didn't know that he founded it. You should watch the 2 Rarin videos with Reynad. They're really good. Are they recent? Because I watched I actually think one of my first introductions to Rarin was before I was creating content. I was just playing Hearthstone. And I was watching some of the stuff on, like, where did they go or why did so-and-so quit? And I thought it was, like, a really unique approach to videos that other people weren't making. And it was also really informative. So I watched the one for Reynad. But I haven't watched anything recently. Yeah, you can do either one, Phil. If you post them here, Nightbot might snipe it out. I don't know. Since you're a mod, it might push it or allow it through. But I do want to check the game out. I also saw that Brawl Stars had like 600,000 people watching earlier, which felt wild. I'm gonna look up the... Wow. So closed beta, and it has pretty good viewership already, which is kind of wild. Probably because it just came out and it does look pretty exciting. Wow. He said Nightbot can't touch me. I like Pokemon more than Marvel Snap. But Snap is... Or you like Pokemon more than Marvel, but Snap is greater than Pocket. I really like opening the packs. I like the gameplay, but I feel like what's really gonna like draw me in is once they have a ranked mode. Until then, it feels like I'm kind of just doing stuff. Once there's a ranked mode where like I'll be able to kind of like gauge the how I performed that day and how much I was able to climb, I think that's what really like draws me in. You said you should play in tournaments. I think tournaments could also be like a fun way to give it like a more challenging feel for sure. Phil has one every Sunday.
This land can
I'll have to check one of them out.
fully known.
Ooh, so we get their Wiccan. We sacrifice our rogue to get the Wiccan down? Yeah, might as well. Fireball, you said if Snap wasn't Marvel, I wouldn't play it. Only other thing is if it was DC, Star Wars, or wrestling. Otherwise, I would not. I think when we snipe out Mobius, I feel like the Marvel IP drew me into Snap, but the gameplay loop is what keeps me there. I've had really bad luck on pulling packs as well, Pilk. Like I put a little bit of money in to try to fill out my collection. I'm still missing like every single one of the legendary birds. And I've been pulling Pikachu packs to try and get Zapdos for a long while. Did you find In Pocket incredibly boring to watch? I could see that as well, because there's not, I don't know. I enjoy the gameplay loop of it, and maybe it's just not as like exciting of a watch. I don't know. Let's go Iron Lad Copycat, and then next turn something like Red Hulk, whatever else we have. Get a free pig out of the deal.
We are the future.
Super unfortunate. Oh wow. Big Magneto pool. Sheesh. Is ever our play? I assume they play into at least something here. Then maybe we can surprise them with ripping away the Iron Lad. Maybe they're not expecting to be able to move. Then Lacey said, I'm addicted to Pokemon Pocket. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. Oh no. We got ripped apart. Ah, we lose it by 1. Had we did like Kate Bishop over here and snapped, could have forced Hydro Bob to the right. And then Wild Juice, you said I'm one of the few that enjoyed Dual Force. So I didn't actually play Dual Force. I watched a little bit of content on it. I just never got around to like using the code. And then before I knew it, it was shut down. And so for Fireball, you mentioned the like limited time buffs. I feel like that would be so kind of like that, to me. That feels a lot like the tavern brawls in Hearthstone that I really enjoyed. Was it just creates some like chaotic play lines that you don't have a normal like meta for, and so I feel like I would enjoy something like that over like high voltage once every 3 months. Deadpool's Diner. I feel like I would be more inclined to enjoy something like the X-Men crossover where you get significant bonuses for doing certain synergistic stuff. To like either really challenge like the deck building side of things or whatever that might be. Atelan is not super great. I'm gonna play my 3 1-cost cards so that we have a better chance of drawing to. We have a better chance to draw into something a bit better. So the team buffs are nice for a little bit. Yeah, I wouldn't want them to be permanent. I would like some kind of like Tavern Brawl where it rotates each week. That gave me something to look forward to, like outside of like the normal ranked mode that we were playing. Did you enjoy Dual Force? It was cheap. I spent like 100 and had every card. Pokemon is relatively cheap. Like I spent $100 and have, I'd say 85%, but it's the other percent that I think is tough to be able to pull. And then Leonardo, a Decambio. Thank you so much for resubbing for 4 months at tier 1 for 5 months. Welcome back for the 5th month. Guess I'm late to the party. You're not that late. Better late than never, though. We could do Jeff. I think we want to save our Shadow King, though. So I'm just going to go, like, speed here. And then we know they don't have a Heimdall. And so Shadow King might come in handy for us. And then General Sergeant with the Hydrant Reminder. I appreciate you. I agree. I think mobile is really important now. Like, whenever Hearthstone came around, it wasn't as big of a deal or big of an issue. But I play most of Marvel Snap from my phone. Like if I'm sitting down to record a video or streaming, of course, it's on the computer. Otherwise, I like the freedom or ability to just kind of play it wherever. So I was really excited when Hearthstone got a mobile client. Let's go ahead and go with Vision here. And then Zatoichi8, thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. That is huge. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Is Pocket cheaper than Snap? Yes, very much so. Very, very much so. So I think we win left with just a Shadow King, and then we invest right, because they can only move 1 card out of here.
Snap.
So we'll go ahead and snap it. When I was playing Dual Force, I was completing snap games every turn. Oh, I never like got to play Dual Force, but I watched a little bit of content on it, and so I can feel the struggle. The longer Pocket is out, the more expensive it'll become. Yeah, that's very true. But I think, so I think if, depending on what cadence they come out with like expansions, because if it's every like 3 months, about $100 every 3 months to get the cards very quickly, I feel like isn't, or to get all of the cards where you don't have to be forcing it as quick, I feel like is a lot cheaper than what Snap is. Does this play lose to Ghost Spider left? Probably. No. Oh, Ghost Spider left? Probably. No, we have Shadow King left, so it would have been okay. Unless they moved both Human Torch and Vulture over there. Is it $100 for all the cards? Not all of the cards, but you get a pretty significant like chunk of them. So I put in $100. I've been opening packs for probably 3 weeks or whenever it came out in New Zealand, and I'm missing probably 25 cards, and I could use the dust I've created or the pack points to pull several of those if I really wanted to, but since I know that I'll eventually pull some of those from packs anyways, I'm saving up the dust. And so I wouldn't say it's 100% of the cards, but it is a significant portion of them. Yeah, you can also just wait and use the mechanics like that are in place So like if I was to open packs every day for 3 months, you could probably get most of each expansion if they release them on like a 3 month cadence. You could probably get most of them within that 3 month period just by opening your 2 packs a day. Like I don't think it's. I think you typically will have to put money in if you want the cards quickly, but otherwise, I don't think it's going to cost anywhere near what Snap does. You don't need any more than 2 of each. Yeah, not unless you want Flare. 2 is the max that you need. And you also have the Wonder Picks, so you can always passively pick up a couple of extra cards here and there that turn out to be good value. Not a good Iron Lad for us. Yeah, yeah, hate to see it. Ooh, actually, could we maybe eventually hit him with a Shadow King left? Pretty good. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna save this one as is. Oh no. We got gypped by the Cosmo. Well, that ruins things a bit. Did they do Juggernaut here? I feel like Juggernaut here for them could be a play. Oh, Iron Man, huge.
Iron Man.
We'll take that. I don't know if we have enough to win after the stealing the Iron Man. Not huge. They messed up. Oh. Had they not filled it into a symbiote. Oh. That one should have been ours. And then Syed, yeah, absolutely. My friend list is actually almost full now in Pocket. And then Birdbook, she said, I played since soft launch and only got the 2 packs a day. And I had around 200 unique cards by global launch. Yeah. Yeah, so it really depends on like what their cadence for expansion becomes. Because I think it's probably, as long as you have the patience, probably relatively easy to get it over time. You also have the shop refreshes each month. And so you can buy extra hourglasses to kind of push your progression there as well. And then JD said, so in Pokemon, how do I know I should stop opening the Charizard pack, for example? How do I know if I have the whole set for that type? So you can do, if you go to your collection, toggle the Pokédex, and then you can actually control you can do like a search. You can search for Charizard pack or Mewtwo pack, and it'll show you which ones you're missing. Pocket season pass doesn't really feel worth it. It's $20, right? Because the 1 extra pack per day definitely didn't feel worth it for me either. I played other games by Pocket devs, so I'm pretty confident it won't be free to play friendly for that long. Yeah. They also made Pokemon Masters, right? Is that the one that they made? Because if so, then yeah. That one definitely wasn't free to play friendly. We just have to be able to outpower them in the Nexus and we're fine. I just did the free trial and 1 extra pack is such a bad deal. Yeah, I did the 2-week free trial, but I've canceled it now. Oh, big blob. As long, I mean, okay, they could have Goliath, right? Goliath smacks us down here. Otherwise, the Shadow King. An extra 10. Yeah, there wasn't anything we could do. It's one of those that Goliath or Arsham decks kind of are what they are. You know the risks, but since they didn't snap it, it just kind of was what it was. If you see Arsham too much, you typically want to slot in like a Cassandra Nova into some of your decks. But I get bored pretty quickly playing Arsham. I don't have a problem with it too much, but it does feel like I get a lot of really toxic emotes from Arsham. They already nerfed shop refreshes to cost more. Yeah, I did see that. I saw that it was going up by an extra ticket per single, and then it was it an extra 2 for a double pack or a triple pack? And then the Aeon welcome in. I came in right in time for it. It was building up. You came in right on time. We get their Khazar, which is beautiful to see.
Oh, snap.
I just got inked with Black Border Arsham. That would look pretty sleek. I definitely haven't played Arsham a whole lot. I think it's a fine card. As long as it's not super prevalent, I have no issues. Yeah, he's not a huge problem. He's just... I think he just becomes frustrating to play against if you're playing against him almost every single game. So like in Conquest, he might be a problem in Conquest. Before starting the stream today, I went on a walk. And I was trying to complete some bounties while I was on my walk. And so I went into Silver Conquest, and for the entire hour that I was playing, it was nothing but Arsham. I think it was 3 full Silver Conquest runs. At that point, I have an issue with it, but in general, I think it's easy enough to play against.
Victory.
You said I can't stand Arsham. I don't mind it most of the time. There are some times where it's kind of frustrating, and I think it's kind of cheesy how it gets some stuff pumped out, but kind of like that MODOK. Not enough for $50, but $50, 7,000 credits is quite a bit. It's like it's equivalent of, think of a little bit over a full key, but I think it looks pretty sleek. Then we have the zombie Daredevil. I feel like this probably would have done better before Halloween. One key is 6,000. Yeah. But then we have a zombie Wasp and a zombie Ant-Man. I feel like the zombies would have done better before Halloween, though. Kind of weird that they came out for November. So that's why the buff for Daredevil. Gotcha. You said Snap cost is nuts to me. Yeah, $50 for a new card, like if you're trying to like really push your acquisition, is crazy. But if you're not looking to push it that fast, your best value for your money is like the gold pass and the premium pass each month, and you can build a really big collection that way. And so I very rarely buy bundles because of that reason, because the value of it is very expensive. I think your eyes are deceiving you, Roram. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Let's go ahead and it is just about time for ads to roll, so I'm going to go ahead and do that before we jump into a few more games. And then I'm going to run something else when we come back before we jump over into our sponsored segment. If you're stuck to a plan, then Arsham. Yeah, Arsham, you have to be kind of creative with how and where you drop your cards. So it does take a bit of like anticipation on what the opponent is planning to do. But we'll be right back, you guys. He's been loving anti-venom. What kind of decks have you been running with it? I feel like the decks that are super greedy don't necessarily perform as well. This was one that I was, I think, the most curious about. And so this one, for those of you that have been here a while, I had pulled it up on Untapped earlier. It has a pretty good amount of games in Top Infinite. It's a little bit over 100 game sample size with upper 60% win rate. And it's running the Ajax Psylocke to be able to either get one of these out early or potentially do a turn 6 Ajax Hazmat line. And then just has like pretty decent or sneaky value from there. And then Georgie, you're one card away from fully inking your surfer list. Congratulations. That's a lot of dedication to one particular deck. Like I switch around entirely too much to be able to do that. And so anybody that has the dedication, I applaud you. We have to do Agent Venom again. We'll probably see a decent amount of Agent Venom today. The Zabu Ajax. Yeah, it's had pretty good stats, and so I wanted to like test it out. I haven't ran it much, just a few times like off stream. What are the top Conquest decks? A lot of times Conquest and Ladder end up being very similar, but we're looking at Gold Conquest by win rate, at least like 40 or so games. It looks like a Sarah Tech deck. Destroy, like a Deadpool Destroy. Scream is pretty good in Infinite. Bounce. A Hawkless, like a Rude Hawkless that runs like Black Widow. Also pretty solid as well. Wait, why did they snap? Arsham deck, they must have drawn something that they feel like is pretty good. Scene? Oh, thank you. Go ahead and switch scenes. I appreciate the reminder. And let's bring cam down just. Oh no, my camera overheat already? Went into the abyss as I was moving it down. I should pop back up here in a second. Keep an eye on it. Let's go ahead and get Luke Cage down. Yeah, I can show him after the game. I have him pulled up. The Ajax will be nice. We don't have Hazmat though. And if they go too big in Nidavellir, we do have a potential for a Shang-Chi as well. I guess we could do Ghost Psylocke on the last turn. Get hazmat, but that brings rescue down below 10 power. I feel like this is our play. Go Psylocke. Next turn would be Hazmat Ajax.
Oh, snap.
So is Anti-Venom an easy skip? I wouldn't say it's an easy skip. He does a good job of getting or cheating some like extra value down. But I think the issue that I ran into when I was initially brewing with him was I wanted a huge payoff. I wanted something that was like very much going to like win the game entirely. But if you build him into a deck that is maybe just a little bit heavier on curve, he can be good value, a good body of 4/7, and then you get just a decent value card after that. Can be pretty impressive. So the big blob. We stick to our plan. Where do we go? Shang-Chi. Ooh, no Eliath. Shang-Chi right then. Be 18, 19, 20, 21. Swing this way. I think Cam Best put it really well. It's a great card to have in a deck that wants to basically play one card per turn. Yeah. Wait, you said order? Wait, why? Oh yeah, Luke Cage. We're not gonna hurt our cards. Uh-oh, might be in trouble.
Power must be controlled.
No, we're not. We win by 1. Huge.
Victory.
Still better to Shang after? What if they played a 10 power card here? Doing Shang after, we wouldn't have a chance of destroying the whatever was just like right over that cusp. So good start. We'll take the 8 cubes off the jump. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if it's only for ones that we want to play 1 card per turn for anti-venom, but you don't want like a bounce deck. You don't want something where you're throwing a lot of cards on the board like late game, because it's most likely not going to have as much value for you. But if your deck is a little bit over curve, then sometimes it can give you like a surprising amount of burst to have. I was thinking about for like a rogue or enchantress. Gotcha. Because it would stop our Luke Cage. Yeah, I could see that direction. Oh no! We gave him the anti-venom cure. Oh. Oh, and I was gonna show the conquest decks, but in general, yeah. In general, I have the most success with decks that I'm comfortable with the snap lines of like when to retreat or when to snap or when to stay. But there are a few that sometimes do better just because it doesn't give away like the information. Like once the opponent knows what deck you have, it doesn't give away your entire game plan. And then on the YouTube side said, James, you said GG TLSG. I was, you were below. It was that you're talking about last game, right? It was that 1 point of power in mid. I thought you had us whenever that Scar came down in mid, but it was an incredibly close fight all the way through. Space Throne is kind of tough if we play into Strange Academy. But as soon as they play a card into Otto's lab, that one's going to get close to being filled up as well. The information game is why, yeah, is why Arsham is so popular. I agree. Hey, big man thing coming in. Ooh, and then we do get Ajax. So, like an Iron Lad and Ajax. Maybe Iron Lad will hit Ghost. Could be pretty good.
Victory.
Wait, what did I say? Linham, what did I say? I said a big brood, right? Oh, big man thing. Okay. Okay, now I see what you heard. Oof, my bad. Is that Patriot with Luke Cage? Wait. This deck? This deck, no. Oh, here. Yeah, it's US Agent. And then Cloud Builder, you said, sorry if you answered this a million times. What are your ultimate thoughts on Pokemon Pocket? It's fun for me, but it seems a bit basic compared to Snap. So I enjoy Pokemon Pocket. I enjoy the Pokemon IP a lot. Right now, Pokemon Pocket, I think without it having like that competitive drive. So that's one of the reasons why I continue to try to like build different or perform better in Snap is because you have like that ranking system. So it used to be that up until Infinite, like I loved the game, and then post Infinite it felt a little bit like, what's the point after that? The ranking system kind of helped that for me a bit. But I think as soon as they get something rank-wise into Pokemon Pocket, I think it'll be a bit better off. And I think that's when it'll really like sink its teeth in. TLSG, do you find Pokemon cards hard to read? Wish the font was larger. I think initially maybe. But initially maybe, but once you there's few enough of them right now that once you have like their ability, you kind of know what they do. So I don't really have to look at the text much for most of them. Out of 8 possible targets, Gambit hits my strongest. He was he was the needed one. Let's go, I guess Ajax. No, it's gonna get hit by US Agent. That's actually throw it into the left because Cancun doesn't count. They're running just like a big body deck that runs like the Typhoid Mary, Sarah for the discount. We have they could do like a Lady Sif plus Ghost Rider that they have built in. We don't get Ghost down in time, so we're not going to negatively impact all of their cards, unfortunately. But this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gives us 12 points compared to just like doing something bigger. How's Anti-Venom doing? I don't think I've actually been able to drop him today. Does Ghost not work mid-reveal? No. No, it's only down if you... It only works if you have it down prior to that turn. JF, you said one of your people made a joke about anti-venom on Tuesday. I turned it into a meme and posted it on Reddit. Wait, who was my people? And then thank you, Vosh, for checking out. Yeah, thank you, Vosh, for checking out Star Trek. You just reached level 5. Every one of those milestones helps me and helps my content and helps support me with the content. Okay, so big Infinite resummon. So it is the Lady Sif Ghost Rider, but they did it into the right lane, which is kind of crazy. We lose this one, but no, we win this one. Win that one. That's exactly how I drew it up. Exactly how I calculated it. The Lady Sif Ghost Rider resummon into Infinite can be really surprising with how much it can like pump out, but I'll gladly take the 2 cubes, I guess. It was by 1 point. That Typhoid Mary 1 point. Because Typhoid Mary actually, it hurt their side by 1, but it gave us an extra 2. Gladly take it. Oh, you said Fresh Pilk was the person? What was the meme that you made? And then Killian, do you find... Oh, never mind. I already read that one. Never mind, Killian. Also Ghost Ridering in... Yeah, because it hurt them more than it would have helped us when they played it mid. Yeah, because it hurt them by -8 over in that lane. It would have only been -2 in the Typhoid Mary lane. Or, I guess, -1 for doing the Ghost Rider over there. Oh, -2. But yeah, no, they should have been able to win that one. Yep, I do agree. I like the change to Typhoid Mary quite a bit. I agree. I like the change to Typhoid Mary, but I also feel like it's a little bit on the side of just trying to cater towards making sure Surtur is good on launch. Did you do the math on our game earlier? Where I accidentally let Saints eat my Iron Man? Would your road have won that one? I don't know. I didn't do the math because you did have quite a bit of power there. But if you hadn't played the last card there, I think it would have been... I think I would have won it. I was so surprised when you turned it into a symbiote on accident. But it was one of those oops that end up winning you the game. But it was a very close match, Soyo. I didn't do the exact math, but I think it would have been enough to swing back my way. And then Georgie, you said if you had a nickel for every Pilk person in your chat. I mean, I wouldn't have a lot, but I would have at least 2 nickels. So let's do... I guess we go ahead and do Man-Thing mid. They do get Mobius down. I think we go ahead and do something like Ghost. Do get Ajax. We have the Hazmat that will reveal last to make sure that it impacts the entirety of the board. I think we push it over to the right. And then it really depends on like what they have as their finisher, because like a free Magneto could be devastating. And then Makey, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So Luke Cage is pretty decent for us here. It restores back at least 4 power. I think something like this is what we're going to try. It saves from a Magneto here. Lock it in. Oh, there's a meme about anti-venom setting your win percentage to 0. One just about how this community is rare in the stat world. I think both are funny. I'll have to check them out. Oh no, I think doing the Luke Cage messes us up actually. No, never mind. We're fine, right? Maybe not. It's very close. No, we're not fine. They played Luke Cage. Fine. We didn't have a chance there. Anti-value. I've been running this deck because he's in it, and I haven't drawn him. Like he's been hanging out at the bottom of the deck since we switched over to this one. Except we have Nikolai. Oh, there's one about me. He said the Snap community, playing games with his community, or watching TLSG and chatting with his community. It got quite a few upvotes. Makes me feel good. If you have Luke out, anti-venom doesn't hurt your deck at least. Yeah. Yeah, so then it doesn't hurt like your cards anymore. We go against Black Swan. Mobius is continuing to call to me. Like his value has been very, very solid. If we hit somehow anti-venom, which has been hanging out, avoiding us, if we hit anti-venom, then we can play the free anti-venom next turn and get another free card going to the last turn of the game. Like Dracula dump. And then Georgie with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. We hit Zavu, but Zavu doesn't do anything good for us here. Like our draws have been pretty abysmal. We can something like Ajax into Shang-Chi, Shadow King. Is there any word on getting more deck slots? There hasn't. He said Splat failed a G-Man, so I left him. Ah.
All systems go.
So that's a lot of stakes. We're not even running G-Man, so I don't know how I win that one. We think this ever does it. This goes down to -1. No, the Shang-Chi I think is probably a bit too rough. It also brings our US agent down. Yeah, I think they're probably gonna want to add slots onto like the super premium pass or something like that. Is what my gut tells me. Goes down to 4, go up to 5, 6. Theirs is 2, 5. It might win, but probably not. Any Conquest Gaming? I don't think we're gonna. We don't reveal last. Oh no. Why did I think we had something like Ghost down? Oh no. Had we, at least right now, we still would have lost this, because Cosmo wouldn't have went off, Shang-Chi wouldn't have went off. We had that one lost either way. He said, I heard speculation that deck slots might cost money. Yeah, I feel like they might. But it is time for a quick Agent Venom doesn't seem that good, or Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom is just one of the cards that, like, unfortunately we haven't drawn it well on curve, but can give you some pretty good, like, value. But other games he's just gonna be a somewhat decent body. But Agent Venom is very, very good. Let's go ahead and do one more before we jump over into a quick ad break. There needs to be a way to tell my ads that I've already voted and don't need to be spammed with political ones. I feel that. Agent Venom has been very oppressive. Yes. At least until everyone jumped into the next new card for a day or two. Yeah. Yeah. But Agent Venom being everywhere has felt pretty oppressive the entire month. Like, there's a couple of other decks that can handle it. And now that we see Bounce, it's kind of a cross-up between, like, the Agent Venom and then just Bounce in general. But those are the two that, like, are at the forefront and the top of performers, and it kind of feels bad to play against them every single time. Vote early, vote often. It's our regional slogan. Next month is going to be Shang-Chi month. Yep. And also probably Armor and Cosmo month as well. Do we try to cheat out an Iron Lad for maybe an Anti-Venom? Because I feel like we are never going to see Anti-Venom on curve. Either Iron Lad or Man Thing for the extra +1 onto whatever our top card is. Do Iron Lad. Hey, more Cosmo. So they do get the free Anti-Venom card. If only we could draw Anti-Venom ever. We draw it on turn 5 or on turn 6 very frequently. But before that, not so much. I'm saving the door open in case we get Ajax. We can do Ajax Hazmat last turn. Otherwise, it's probably like Man Thing Hazmat or something similar. Oh no, the ads are in progress. I didn't make it. I apologize, guys. Sarah picks Mobius. Fortunate, but it is what it is.
All systems go.
I guess if we get Luke, we can do Man Thing Luke Cage. Oh. Go ahead and jump out of this one. Being slightly dramatic about Cosmo.
Escaped.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't bother me, but whenever... I think what ends up bothering me is the fact that it feels like we need to be able to build tech, or we need to build tech cards into the deck, or they don't work as well, because everything else is so strong. So feeling like I need either a Cosmo or a Shang-Chi or a Shadow King or multiple of those built in really kind of limits what decks can flourish. Like I'm glad that they're there. Glad that they're an option to keep, you know, kind of decks in balance, but it feels like we need to have multiple run a chance against a lot of the more common decks right now. And then I don't think I called this one out. Sodom, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for the 2nd month. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. If you're still here, it was a couple minutes ago. Do you ever see the Snap Creators Day 1 and Now pick? They used you with the long beard and everyone looking unkempt on purpose, and then Regis. Yeah, Regis looked exactly the same. Cozy looked very much the exact same too. But Alex looked like he had went through it. I looked like I had went through it. But I have gained quite a bit of weight since I started. Partially because I was juggling both content creation, my job, and a newborn. But now that I'm not juggling everything anymore, I think we're going to be in a state where maybe I can correct that. Our clog deck's the thing. They haven't really... I haven't seen any for a while. I think there's probably some versions that could still do okay, but they fell off a lot in popularity because of a lot of, like, destroys. So destroying, like, the rocks and things. Oh, no. Okay. Oof. Destroying a lot of the rocks and things that, like, redecks send out. Killmonger Destroy just absolutely wrecks that. We also still see quite a bit of Kitty Pryde, and they took away White Widow, which was one of the bigger, like, consistency tools of the deck. And I'm not sure how I feel about I'm not sure how, but I feel like I gain a pound every time my toddler gains a pound. Yes. That is very, very close to what I've had. We get the free. We finally get anti-venom, and we get the free Zabu out of it. Better than nothing, I suppose. Go Iron Lads, see what we hit. I don't even think I think we saved the Zabu for more of a, like, surprise last turn play. Oh, my camera went away. My camera has been overheating. Maybe it's because I'm, like, right next to the window. But I haven't even been on that long. It's nighttime in Texas? Yeah. And the camera is relatively new. But they haven't played their Man-Thing buffed card. I'm gonna give this a shot. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, I think we need to go all in on mid. I think that's our only shot. I don't think it's a good one, though. Unfortunate. You said this season has not been a fun experience. Just popped in. You like an anti-venom's fit with the Ajax archetype? I think he slots in. Okay, big. I think he slots in pretty well in, like, an Ajax style. Huge. It turned out to be a 50-50. We'll take the 4 off of a 50-50 any day.
Victory.
There's been kind of windows or pockets where I've thought the meta felt pretty decent, but then there are other days where I run into, like, the same 3 decks for 5 hours in a row. Go ahead and run one more. And yeah, as a as a free to play, not having access to Agent Venom, I feel like would be really, really frustrating. Yeah, and then the over theirs were very safe. Like they didn't really change a lot of like what I was, at least what I was commonly seeing. And so it felt like they just kind of definitely played it a bit safer than what I think they have in the past. So it didn't feel like it really like shifted much. And then Mr. Nuggy said, Dad, can I borrow $50? I got to take my girlfriend to the mall and movies. If you can do all that for $50 nowadays, that's pretty impressive. I don't really want to drop any of these this turn. I didn't want to spend 6,000 tokens on Agent Venom. Yeah, true. Easily drive by those places. I mean, you can take her to all of those places. Yeah, that's true. So Shadow King Blade. What do they discard with Blade? Sarah. So they're gonna be running Ghost Rider to bring it back, I assume. They probably also have Luke Cage built in, so like any of the negative affliction, I feel like we can't like lean into or rely on. Yeah, a movie for 2 costs almost the, and then if you get snacks there, it's way over 50 already. Best deck to get out of the low 90s in the last weekend of the season. I think we've seen quite a few decks rise up. There's a lot of bounce. There's a lot of starting to see a lot of like Ajax stuff. Scar deck is actually a pretty straightforward one that I think is relatively easy to like grind out and run a lot of.
Escaped.
So like I think the one I was running had Hood, it had Nico, it had, I think mine had Hydra Bob. No, I don't know if I even have it built out anymore. I think I had to delete it because I was experimenting with a bunch of stuff. But it was the last video I posted on YouTube so far. But that one does pretty decent. I think it's relatively easy to tell like when you should stay, when you should go. And I think it'd be probably worth checking out. But we are going to transition over into the sponsored portion of the stream for today. And so we're going to be running Star Trek for the next couple hours. This is actually the second time that I've got a Star Trek sponsorship, and so I'm going to be picking up where we left off the last time, which I think is pretty fun. So I'm going to update the game category. And then we'll run it for a couple hours. So we're gonna close out a snap, and then I'll launch the game. And so for any of you guys that are hanging out, if you've played it before, if you want to check it out, every milestone within that is achieved helps support me. It gives everyone that is reached gives a little bit of financial help my way. And so if you do want to check it out or play along with me, it was pretty fun the first time that I did it. That's why I picked it up a second time. And so if you haven't played it before, if you're in need of something that's just kind of like something you do in your downtime that's relatively fun, if you like the Star Trek IP, then I'd say this one was definitely something you should check out. But let's pull it up. And we didn't freeze, so that's a good start. We'll figure out where my cam needs to be placed. So it's been a couple of months now since I've played. So we have the first time that I played, I did buy the second builder, which I think it's like $5. It basically is going to double your ability to like research or upgrade your different buildings and things like that. You said the movie theaters forbid bringing your own snacks over here. Most of the money they make is from snacks. Yeah, it's also I'm not sure where you're located, Blood Artist, but it's definitely not openly allowed here or like advertised. But I've never seen them stop anybody from bringing it in. Down the game a bit. It's probably a better range. This looks like Cumberbatch to me. This looks like the guy that plays Doctor Strange. Bring snacks to fight the man. I don't even want the snacks, I just bring them. Minimum wage kid doesn't care about snacks. Yeah, and I think it's really hard to enforce. Like if you don't like openly bring it, like if you have it in a purse or a bag, I think it's very hard to like stop you and say that you're bringing food in. Your camera blocks the character. What, the character that's talking? Is this one better? This side? We have a couple of new recruits from our boxes. And I gotta get a feel for like where we were at progress-wise. I know that the biggest piece is upgrading your civilization, building out your secondary ships, things like that. So let's start with using our resources to upgrade some buildings. So under your colony, like the biggest probably loop of the game is going to be like building out your home station, where you get a bunch of different like buildings, right? Like this one is the warehouse, so you can only hold a max amount of the different resources or currencies. So like the peristeel is used in upgrades. You can use some of your gold for instant upgrades. A lot of them are locked behind like a time gate, so that's why if you do enjoy this type of game, or if you ever find that you're playing it a lot, the second builder helps you progress quite a bit faster or like smoother, I guess. Gotta make the Dollar General pit stop before the movies. It is almost mandatory. Always have a couple boxes of candy. But if you want popcorn, you still have to pay for it there. And popcorn is pretty pricey. See what we can research. I know a few of them may require some building upgrades. There we go. We can upgrade prime resources, which will increase the production speed of from our buildings that are generating it whenever that's fully upgraded. Let's look. don't think we can do any of these yet. We need quite a few more levels for it. Movie candy of choice. So I'm a chocolate guy. So like any kind of like either chocolate covered or like kind of chocolate bar. But the bad thing is they don't typically like chocolate doesn't feel like it lasts as long as like gummy candy. You can more slowly eat the gummy candy. Said free popcorn and free drink upsides. That is pretty good, Steven. If you go frequently enough, I think that's definitely worth it. Wait, is the game? How long has the game been frozen? It's frozen on the screen, but not on like my actual. You guys didn't even say anything. You guys didn't even say anything. Let's see. They get frozen. We couldn't know. Well, there was other like clicks and stuff happening, right? He said, "I don't know what's happening in this game to tell you." Well, okay. I appreciate you hanging out, anyways, because that definitely makes these go by a bit faster, or a bit easier. What if we did this? No. I'm just gonna close out of the game and reopen it. Here for the lives at this point. I appreciate that. And maybe I should have started over from level 1. That way you get a full glimpse of it. I see your cursor moving, but that's it. Yeah, for whatever reason, the capture of the game froze. Not able to grab it off of this. I'm gonna have to try for just a window capture or a game capture. Dead. There we go. Harwick said, "Hey, the game froze." Thanks for looking out. I appreciate you. All right, and so let's start with some building upgrades here. Now it seems to be moving and stuff. Yeah. I switched the capture. I switched like the capture method. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at our actually. I'm gonna do what we need to do to upgrade the extra dry dock. Or I guess to build another ship. Oh, never mind. We have 2 already. So the other one won't be for a bit. Let's go back to internal. I'm gonna skip through this upgrade. We'll see what we need to do to upgrade the operations center. It looks like a Borg sphere. I actually don't know what a Borg sphere looks like. Then, if you've played very many mobile games that are kind of like civilization development, you have several ways that you can kind of make the upgrades a bit faster. And so we have the like the resources to kind of cut down on the timer, and it does a really good job of like starting you off having a lot to do early, and then I think maybe as you get further on, like the timers continue to scale and get a bit longer. But like each building that you upgrade will let you either unlock additional things. Like this one, it's gonna increase our ship construction speed, and then the tier up speed from it. And Pones Alone, thank you so much for resubbing with your 1 month at tier 1. Very much appreciate the support. And that helps us get a little bit closer to Partner Plus. So we were able to hit the first level of Partner Plus for the last 2 months. We just need to do it for 1 additional month. And we'll be able to get the bigger split of like any sub revenue that comes through. And so we're almost there. We just need to be able to knock it out of the park for November, and we'll be able to have it enabled. All right, so let's look at what missions we have. So one of them is upgrade shipyard to level 6, which we have that one in process. We're gonna go ahead and speed that one up. So, like, at least early on, what I've found that I end up doing is follow the missions pretty closely until I get a feel for, like, what else is going on in the game. Since this is the second time I'm picking it up, it does a really good job of, like, walking through those resources, but I'm having to kind of reacclimate myself with it because it's been a couple of months since I did, since I did play it. But with your ships, you can manage the fleet or the different members of that ship. They have different kind of synergies, which is, I think, kind of cool. Kind of similar if you've played Marvel Strike Force, but maybe to a little bit lesser of a degree. So as you like get more commanders that you can add in or officers, then you can get some different synergy bonuses, and you can level them up as you go. But let's see. Oh, we already have her assigned to another one. I don't know that we have synergy with card. But we do need to, I think we upgrade our officers first. Just need to figure out or remember where we go to upgrade them. I think it's from this officers tab. You can add more expendable people. Wait, I mean red shirt people. I mean, every good show needs some expendable people. Let's go ahead and level up Picard. And I think we probably go ahead and do as well. We can't tier them up for a bit until they're max level. All right, we're just gonna look at the different ships, because I remember one was kind of more of a like a scout ship almost. Then one was more of an attacker. Has enhanced shield, has attack of 301, defense of 160. One may be more the one that we send out, and then we can just scout resources with the other one. Go back to the system. I'm a big Star Trek fan, but I admit I haven't watched all the series. But there's a lot to watch in the series. So I think even if you're a Star Trek fan, sometimes there's just so much that it's hard to really keep up with all of it. So I haven't seen or I haven't watched a whole lot. I like what I have watched, but it's kind of intimidating because I've watched so little that I don't really know where to start, and I don't know where, like, what would be good to check out. So we're gonna have one of our ships travel over here, and then I'll bring the other one in as we go through like different fights with the ships. I'll have one that I just kind of set at like it's kind of like a mine that it gathers resources over time. The Chris Pines movie were solid, but I doubt canon. The Chris Pines was actually my first introduction into Star Trek, those movies. And I thought they were pretty well done, but I don't know how, like, overall, like, the lore of it, like, follows into, like, the rest of the Star Trek IP. So this is one of the easier sponsored segments to contribute to. Vosh, I'm so... and the game itself, depending on, like, what type of games you like, this is, for me, like a pretty easy to pick up, easy to play a little bit of, kind of like, almost, I wouldn't say time waster, but it's one that I enjoy being able to pick up and just, like, play from time to time without having to, like, really dedicate too much into it. All right, we're going to go ahead and set out an attack, because I think that is one of our... defeat 5 level 2 or higher hostiles. So that's what we're gonna start working on here. Has a button clicker with good sound and graphics. Yeah. Yep, and actually kind of surprised that they have it on PC as well. So like if you don't have a mobile, they have like an entire PC client built out for it, which a lot of times for these I have to do like an emulator. But with this one I didn't have to do that. All right, so we need to do 5 of them. So we're just gonna... Oh wait, I think we're pretty low on health. Might not be great. Oh no, we're fine. Our health and shield down here. I'm wondering if I'll be able to get Frigga off of spotlights, whether I should invest into Beta Ray Bill, because next season seems to be geared towards Asgard. Beta Ray is always, I think, a decent one to have, but I don't know that Frigga pairs well with it though, because a lot of times like a Beta Ray or a Thor puts you really susceptible to like a Shadow King, a Shang-Chi, which I think both are going to be very prevalent next season. And so I'm not sure that the Hammer Bros are the way to build towards Frigga or not. It's tough to say like right now, but I don't know that the meta will really support it for whatever reason. Something in my gut tells me that it leaves you a little bit too susceptible to counterplay. No, that seems really good, but I think it becomes the same reason that like Black Panther isn't like all over the place, is because it puts you, it's like a glass cannon. Like if they have counterplay built in, then it's like a prime target to be encountered, and so with that, it's hard to gain cubes consistently. But I think like that play itself, yeah, it sounds great. But it puts you within Shang-Chi range very early on, and you can't really save it for like a last turn like burst. And then also Shadow King is always a concern. There will be armor and Cosmo. Yeah, I mean, I think it could potentially be good. Less people are playing Shadow King / Cosmo. Yeah, and I think you can try to rely on like the Cosmo, the armor, but then you're taking out contributing cards otherwise. And so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the between armor Cosmo, maybe it can get it done. but I think we'll have to see. Like, it could very easily be like a Black Panther-esque where it high rolls really, really high, but then kind of gets shot down as well. And so I don't know. I think we'll see. I think it has potential, and I think Frigga has potential either way. So our shield is good. And the ship's cargo is full since we've destroyed so many, so I think we need to probably call it back home so that we can store the resources that we've gained. Yeah, I think if the meta is not geared against it, I think there's a good chance that it could be pretty strong. And I think Frigga herself could be interesting in a lot of other applications as well. We need at least one generator to level 7 here. Start researching to get a potential third ship, which is going to help us complete this one. I tried C3 with Shadow King and Valkyrie. Plus Grandmaster, it did poorly as long as there's Iron Man on the opposite side. Yeah, so I actually liked C3 a little bit better with Iron Man instead of Valkyrie. Do you have the Enterprise? Repair this real fast. We can look at our ships. So right now we only have 2 ships built. But there's a lot that over the course of the game you can either research that will kind of be good for different things. Whether that be attacking, whether it be like sending them out to collect resources. But there's so many ships. I don't think I realized just how many ships were available. And so like if you have like deep knowledge or like enjoyment with the Star Trek IP, like a lot of these could be really cool to interact with. But I actually don't see Enterprise as one. So Enterprise may be the one that it just gives you off the jump. But it just calls it like ship A, ship B. So the Orion Corvette, and then the Rialta. We don't have the Enterprise. Overall snap has not been fun in ages. I wouldn't say it's not just not fun. But I could see it being like frustrating seeing like certain decks or certain cards perform well for a very consistent amount of time. I think we're gonna speed this one up so we can do a few different upgrades. So that maybe I can like push a bit of research, unlock some different things. You said you're a free-to-play player. Yeah, free-to-play. I think free-to-play, especially with Agent Venom, is probably frustrating. Hopefully the card gets addressed. We can hope. But it's kind of sad that we just have to hope that it either like falls off somehow or gets addressed where it doesn't feel like it's everywhere. Let's see what we need for another operation level. And the checkpoints that this game pushes for are largely your operation center and that getting upgraded to certain levels. But since I did make a couple of purchases the last time, we have quite a bit of the free currency to be able to kind of like some of this. We need research and development up to 7. We can do as long as we have the resources to be able to make the upgrades happen. We'll be all right. I think summer 2023 was the last time Snap felt fun. I guess what changed between that point maybe? So I know that until I took a lengthy break, around the time that they released the like ranked ladder rankings, whenever they did that, it kind of took the frustrations that I was probably already feeling, and it really like just like elevated them to a point where it was like really unfun. That was around the time that Loki was like dominating. And so yeah, I still enjoy I enjoy Snap. I think that like 6-month break that I took was probably the best thing that I could have done, because now I go back into the void. I go, but now whenever I play, it doesn't feel as frustrating. Like the frustrating outcomes that might have been like pushed me over the edge before, or felt really frustrating. Like now I can usually shrug those off. And then I'm gonna let my camera cool for just a second, and then we're gonna I'll turn it back on. But it shut itself down because it said the internal temp was too high. Yeah, I don't know that the meta is too suffocating, but it does seem like it gravitates towards like maybe 3 archetypes that have become very, very common. And those archetypes typically aren't super fun. Like it feels like the majority of games, you know whether you lost hard or won well before like the last couple of turns now. So it feels like it's less about the anticipation of what they can do than it has in the past. General Sergeant said, "I can still see him." Uatu sees all, and Uatu knows all. All right, shipyard level 7. So we're upgrading. 1, it helps just our overall base in the stats. Then it also, you need certain levels on your different buildings to be able to upgrade like your main overall, which gives you access to more buildings in general. The aura never disappears. Let's go ahead and turn it back on. Speaking of all, what happened to the Supergiant and Daredevil deck? Whenever it was a known combo, people started being able to kind of build around it, and it just started getting outstatted. I think more outstatted than what was worth it to like run it. I think a lot of the time. I think it's okay as a surprise deck still, but I think once a deck becomes like super popular, where people anticipate it, you lose a lot of your element or cube equity within it. We can continue upgrading a bit. I'll check the research center shortly. See if there's anything that I can be upgrading on. I know we need, for the titanium fusion, we need a generator up to level 7. There we go. Now we can start researching that at least, which is giving us the path to unlock a different ship. The ship is the Fortunate. And I think our ship is probably ready to go back out. But before we do that, I want to start an upgrade. We can fast finish it later, but that way we're at least not wasting time on it. I can't climb by snapping smart because there is no snapping smart. Wait. You said when you ask what changed, I think it's about strong effects relying on RNG more. I can see that. Whether versus like potentially outplaying the opponent, if it's relying on just like the strong effects, and I have felt like a lot more games are like come down to did they draw their key combo or not. There's like not a whole lot that you can do outside of that. So a lot of times it just comes down to I hope they don't have it, which I agree doesn't feel as like fun to the snap of a couple years ago. Does your fleet command counter update automatically, or do you have to do it? So it's automatic, but it is somewhat delayed. So as long, assuming that you linked your Twitch account, it automatically updates, but it verifies first. And so you just unlocked the permanent second builder, which is one of the few like monetary goals within the game, but the like that is one of the better paying ones. So by unlocking the second builder, it's like gifting 7 subs. 7 to 10 subs is kind of the equivalent of like what the support is. So there it is. That was like 15 minutes ago. So it validates that it's like that it's not somebody trying to like game the system before it counts it in. So we can go ahead and we have one other upgrade open. Go ahead and do that, and then we'll head out. We'll take on a couple more enemy ships. I think we have to get level 3 or more. So let's check out the galaxy and the game. You'll eventually be able to like travel very, very far. But we're still in the early times. So I think we travel. And then you said I'm also permanently mad at about 50%. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the locations. I'm fine with a location that's a little bit more neutral, but it feels like a lot more locations really benefit like one particular deck versus another, and so it gives you a much bigger advantage for those showing up. So I can understand that as well. He said, unfortunately, it's heading the same direction as Hearthstone. Excessive RNG. I don't know that it's anywhere near as excessive as Hearthstone, because Hearthstone at certain points was just like purely whatever effect happens, like determines the outcome. This one, I think we're seeing a bit more of it than we have in the past, which I think is, if it continues that way, I think it could become kind of like Hearthstone. Yeah. I think a certain amount of RNG is healthy, but too much is frustrating. And I don't know. Right now, I feel like the RNG of the locations hasn't bothered me as much. Like, there are some locations that I typically don't like to see. But for me, it's a little bit more about like the anticipation of like where they're playing. I think is becoming less important as like getting your synergistic. Excuse me. I'm still feeling a little bit under the weather. I think it's the anticipation is a little bit less relied on now compared to like being able to get your synergistic combo down and out. You said, coming from Magic the Gathering, nothing in this game is nearly as frustrating. Yeah, I've heard some pretty. I've heard a lot of good about Magic the Gathering, but also that I think the bad definitely shines through there as well. It's Magic since '94. That the lack of a digital client for a long time kept me from playing Magic the Gathering, just because I didn't have like a card shop or people nearby to play or to play with. Now I live in an area that I could, but I have a Marvel Snap addiction instead. So how much? Let's see. About half. About halfway of a full cargo. So I'm gonna go ahead and I think just attack several ships here. Ooh. No, we're not gonna attack them. I wouldn't recommend my worst enemy picking up Magic the Gathering. Yeah, now at this point, no, I don't think I'm gonna pick it up because there's so many other options, and I don't think Magic's digital client or format that they have now. I don't think it's. I think it's good for people that are already enjoying Magic the Gathering, but I don't know that it would be something that I would dive into without already being like kind of into or deep in the game. My entire town has these small wispy things floating around. Allergies are going crazy. Yeah, allergies, and I've been a little bit like my throat's a bit sore, so I've been trying to make sure I stay plenty hydrated. But that was one of the reasons why I didn't launch a stream yesterday. Just because I've been feeling pretty bad. Go ahead and finish up our attacks, and what we're doing is I'm attacking until my ship is at least close to being full. So like one or two more, and then we'll head back. Wait, did you say at Stream Elements? So did somebody in the chat? No, I think it was Strong Brew. I was trying to figure out where Stream Elements talk. But you said here the weather is terrible and I don't have anything tasty to eat. I'm pondering, when do I need to brave the outside? That's tough. Whenever you run out of tasty things to eat, that's when it really feels bad to be stuck. Let's recall the ship back home. I've recently been playing Lorcana. I have a lot of fun with that. Yeah, and that's the main reason I haven't checked out Lorcana. Was because it's mainly offline, and I don't have a lot of in-person friends that I could play with. All right, so we'll head back out to a different section next time, because most of the enemies here are like 1, 2, and 3. Let's see if we have anybody that we can maybe upgrade any of the officers on the ship to make it a bit stronger. I know you can also level up your ship directly as well. We have one premium recruit chance that we're going to roll here. We get Krail, Barrett, Javade, Law, and Lucia. but not enough to actually unlock any of them. So it takes several pulls, I think, from any of them to really get something of merit. No offense intended to anyone here, but trading card game players as a whole are not my favorite subset of society. How come? The only, like, are you talking about like in person? So like in-person card shops. If so, the only like drawback that I can think, or like big stigma, is that a lot of times they're kind of like they're a lot of times those that are super into card games aren't as aware of their hygiene, I think, is probably the nicest way I could put it. But that's the only like negative stigma I can think of towards at least in-person, card game things. And I haven't done any events or anything. I've heard some horror stories though. And maybe it's just kind of blown out of proportion, but I don't know. But yeah, I think there could be worse communities. Like, at least this one, I feel like is pretty inclusive, like a pretty diverse, like a variety of people that would be accepted within like that niche. There's also big theft problems. Big theft problems would be a concern you'd want that I hadn't thought about. So you'd want to make sure that you like kept your stuff close to chest, I guess. But I'm not sure I agree unless you're thinking about Yu-Gi-Oh players. The only problem they have is they don't really play anything else. I haven't been to a Yu-Gi-Oh event since I was very, very young. I did go to one whenever I was first playing. I was trying to get like the tournament card, and it was really cool. It was a really cool experience, but not something. And we lived like an hour away, so it wasn't something I was able to get my parents to commit to very often. Let's see if we can upgrade our ship yet. We can actually tier it up here. Extra cargo, extra protection, and then a higher max level. Yu-Gi-Oh is like the mold that takes over all the gaming tables. At most card shops, is it really? Alright, let's go ahead and upgrade our ship. Or do we try to push for the other ship before we waste too many resources here? I'll push it up to probably level 9, but I don't think we tier it up yet. Oh, wait, we can't. Ran out of resources. Never mind. We can actually tier it up to 3 as well. Look at the officers, see if we can level it up or power it up that way. Y'all remember the OG YouTube videos of the super serious Yu-Gi-Oh guy that would go to the big tournaments? I don't. Next gen, we have Crusher goes here. Then I think we can take out Scotty for one of these other ones. I guess it's Cadet Scotty, but I think we can probably throw in what? Oh no, she's already deployed. I think he's deployed as well. And I think Riker, yeah. Okay. Oh. I didn't realize all of the next gen people were on the other ship. I guess we stick with Scotty, even though it doesn't have any synergy. Maybe we do this. It's still a little bit stronger overall. And maybe we can look at those officers in particular, see if we can level them up. Troy. I think we can only pull like one recruit, which isn't going to get us much. But we are a little bit stronger. We should be able to handle like up to level like 6 stuff. But set course to Estrada, and we'll see what kind of enemies are. Did you do anything related to Halloween? We did. So me and my daughter went to a trick-or-treat pumpkin trail last weekend, and they had a whole bunch of like cool stuff for kids, and we did a pumpkin painting. Or she's not old enough to do the carving yet, so we painted a pumpkin. I let her help us set out all of our decorations, which she loved. And then yesterday we went out and we went trick-or-treating for a couple hours. Hurricane, you said I'm enjoying this more than Snap? The game itself? Or the or the stream? I think the game itself is pretty relaxing. I've enjoyed it, which is why when it came back up as a possible secondary sponsorship, I jumped on it. Because it's very, this one is very much relaxing. The stream? Wait, are you really? You don't like the Snap streams? I thought maybe you were talking about the game. But I think with this game especially, we don't have to rely, like, I don't have to focus so hard on like each of the individual like things that we're doing, and so then I think I can chat a little bit easier with you guys. But yeah, I think a couple of the things that I liked about this game the first time that I definitely wanted to play out a little bit more was one, that it's easy to like jump in, complete a few like things, and then jump out. Like make sure that your timers are going, and then you can kind of just play it super passively. I do like civilization building, so like being able to like build up and establish your base. I really enjoy like those kind of games up to a point. Like once you get far enough where it's taking like days for upgrades, I usually fall off of them. But up to that point, I really enjoy like being able to develop that like civilization. And then I do enjoy the Star Trek IP, and so even though I'm not getting like a big glimpse into it, just being able to interact with the little bit of Star Trek knowledge that I am familiar with, I think is pretty fun. Kind of the same thing that drew me to Snap. So we need to destroy a couple more level 4 or 5. Not because of you, you're a tier 1 streamer and I'll come to it. I wasn't thinking that you were gonna go away. I'm glad that you enjoy the content. But you said I've just developed a disdain of Snap over the last couple weeks, and hopefully a little bit of a break kind of alleviates that. And so there are definitely certain games that like I watch streamers play, but I can't possibly swallow playing myself. So like League of Legends is one of those for me, where like I could not even imagine, or it doesn't sound fun in the least, to like download and try to grind the games out when they're super competitive versus, watching a stream for somebody that I like their vibe and that also has pretty good gameplay. And then Georgie said, peace out, streamer man, in chat. Time to get an early start on the weekend. Georgie, thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you have a great weekend, and hopefully we see you again really, really soon. So a couple more level 5 or higher, so we're good. We're well above the strength range of these. So I think we're good to complete these missions up quite a bit. I think we could probably handle maybe level 7, level 8, depending on how like, quickly that like strength scales up here. Okay, go ahead and attack this one. Well, we may look at maybe attacking this guy. Oh no, is that us? It's not us. Is it? We're gonna attack him. Oh wait, did we not get their resources from it? In that case, I feel bad. I would have thought we would have gotten their resources. Maybe we didn't have enough space to hold it because we were already at cap. Oh, well. Now I feel bad. We ran them off for no reason. Let's go back, back to the base. Then once the ship returns back home as well. Curious about the upcoming Marvel Rivals. So I played during the beta, and Marvel Rivals. So I think the easiest way to put it is if you enjoyed Overwatch. To me, it felt more like Overwatch 1 than Overwatch 2. But if you enjoyed Overwatch, I think you'll enjoy Marvel Rivals. Like it was very like crisp. The gunplay felt good. The like ultimates felt pretty like impactful. Like there's some times where you'll get an ultimate for certain characters, like on Overwatch, and it doesn't really feel like it either does a lot or it doesn't really feel true to their like kit. I thought they did a pretty good job of like balancing the ultimates where they feel like they have a really good payoff. I worry they won't have the characters as unique as Overwatch. I think they've announced like even more characters, and like the kits that we already have were pretty promising. And then let me pull up this because it looks like Vosh. Thank you for reaching level 9, hitting that checkpoint. Very much appreciate it. Let's go ahead and repair our ship real fast, and then we'll do a few upgrades while we're here. Are they still planning the crossover with Snap Rivals? So part of we don't know. There was like one thing that was data mined about the about Marvel Rivals, like a variant in Snap, and it feels like at that point is when the patches moving forward had like no new data that was being mined, and so I feel like they have something planned. It might be that the developers of Rival wanted it to be a little bit more or less like known. And so it may have been that they requested that that second dinner make it not mineable up until like maybe something was announced. 2 teams of streamers will fight each other both in Snap and in Rivals, kind of like chess boxing. Do that. We could do that because I think there'd definitely be some people like Dara. I think would be fantastic. He seems like he's pretty good at first-person shooters and Snap. And then there's others where I think they'd be really good at Snap, but maybe not so good at first-person shooters. And then there'd be some on the other end of that spectrum as well. So that could be kind of fun. If there was like enough like support to like really build it up into something pretty fun. All right, let's see. We need dry dock A. upgraded. We'll go ahead and do that. But I'm hoping that they have some kind of really cool event. I think Marvel Rivals is gonna. So I think they're really gonna lean into like the. Super loud. I don't know if it was as loud for you guys as it was for me. I think Marvel Rivals is probably going to lean very heavily into like the streaming side of things and like content creation and having. I would imagine they'd probably have drops and events to really generate a lot of buzz. It feels like they're very much open to like that type of promotion, which I think is exciting. Then that can build that viewership, and then I think you might be able to convince some people that may stream other games to like go over to Rivals full time, if the like player base is big enough. All right, so we have a couple of these going, and I think we just head straight back out. What our missions are calling for. Do we have any more dailies? Oh, we have to open another 4-hour chest and then defeat level several that are level 6 or higher. We can do that one. I don't know that we are in an alliance. We can join one. So they can help upgrade buildings. Then we can help progress their progress faster, their timers. Said the stream is Snapchat with soothing music. I mean, we're also playing Star Trek, but Star Trek is one of those games that I can definitely play like while I'm like watching TV and not like I can enjoy the gameplay loop of it pretty easily while focusing on something else, which I do enjoy sometimes. Like it's a lot more relaxing than needing to like full focus on like our normal game like Snap. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a little bit of Snapchat while we go through our sponsored segment, because the game is definitely worth checking out if you like or if you're looking for something a little bit less like intense, that is a little bit more forgiving, then I think it's definitely worth checking out, and especially if you like the Star Trek IP. But for now, go ahead and ship back out. I'm sure at some point we can update like our home base, but right now I don't know how. So we know that there's level 5s here. Push a little bit further than that. Go ahead and go to the new location. See what's going on here. Meditation hour with TLSG and Star Trek. We have actually the meditation 2 hours. So we're an hour in. We have another hour to go. A roundabout. I didn't actually look when we first switched over, but we'll be playing for at least 2 hours. And I'll have to make sure that it doesn't end up like Monopoly, because the Monopoly I ended up playing for like, I needed like 5 extra minutes on it, so I had to go back and like load it back up for a short time because I didn't go quite long enough. So we have level 6s. How strong are the 8s? We can take out the 8s as well. Wow, big jump from, I guess 6 to 8 is a pretty big jump. There we go. And I do need a refill on my water soon. And so here in just a couple minutes, ads are going to run anyways. And so I'm going to run down and get water here in just a minute. Because my throat's been bothering me today. Probably the allergies. I woke up really congested this morning. And make sure this is this quest as well. Beat the hostile captain. That is not. Need to travel to this system first. So this, where is this system? We have a couple minutes before it makes it. We can go ahead and free finish that one, and then let's go ahead and start upgrading something else. The main thing that when I'm going through the upgrades, is I try to push for whatever's going to help out the operations center the most, or what's going to allow me like the next upgrade there. So we have the dry dock. Let's go to level 6. Go ahead and let that run. And we can ask for help since we're in an alliance now, so that'll help the progress of it as well. Just a few more seconds as this one makes it in. Then we'll attack this for our next mission. If you're just looking to play and help hit those milestones to help the channel, then the missions aren't always like the fastest way to go. But in I think overall progress, following them helps you get additional rewards a little bit faster. Now it's level 6 hostile or higher. Now we have to travel back. Oh, we're gonna go back here. We know that that system has level 6, 7, and 8s. And actually, maybe should have based first. Our cargo was getting a little bit too full. Let's see what events are going on. So relocate your station to... Relocating your station to Star Trek Fleet Command is crucial for optimizing gameplay. Moving closer to your current objectives, you significantly reduce travel time. Go to the galaxy map, select the desired star system. Ensure that at least one slot is available on a station hub planet. We need a relocation token. Let's see if we have anything like that. I don't want to base our resources unless we have the tokens. We have 2 relocation tokens. But right now it's really not that big of an issue, traveling from like here to here. Maybe we don't waste it. But it is good to know that it's a possibility and how to do it. Hurricane, you said I'm in trouble. My son has discovered he can climb stairs. Oh no. We had a baby gate for a very, very long time. So that my daughter wouldn't make her way up the set of stairs without us knowing about it, because she's sneaky. She would try and sneak off every chance she could. She still does, but. How old is your son, Herwick? I don't know. I don't know why I keep trying to shorten that. Okay, so we complete level 6, and now we can do of level 6 or higher. Finish that one off. I am gonna run and grab a drink. Oh, 10 and a half months. He'll be walking in no time. It flies by. You'll be tired for most of it. Time flies by. I'm gonna go grab a refill on my water, and then we'll be right back. Oh no, the void consumed me. Took 2 steps yesterday? It's so exciting. All right. So we have a couple more ships that we want to upgrade, we want to attack. And then while I was down there, I got a little bit snacky, and I've been eating these a little bit off stream, but we also have a partnership with Control, which has some pretty good like meal replacement bars, some protein cookies, so that it kind of hits your sugar craving without needing like a Snickers bar or. He said, "Oh no, now you make me hungrier." Oh no, I'm so I'm sorry. But if you guys were ever interested, we're also partnered with Control as well, and so I get I make a little bit for every purchase that's made over there. I'll try not to be too obvious about eating the cookie. I wouldn't want you to be hungrier. Have the powdery texture. What, the protein cookie? Or the like the meal replacement shakes? If so, the meal replacement shakes have been good. I haven't had any like issues with the cookies having that as well. I like the chocolate chunk cookies better than the peanut butter ones, but the peanut butter ones aren't bad. Not bad at all. And then I haven't had any kind of like powdery texture at all. And the good thing is, because it's higher in protein, that they're pretty filling. So as far as like a snack to hold me over, this will kind of satiate me until I'm like able to or ready for like my next meal. We need shipyard level 9 for this. We got a little bit to go. All right, so if that's the case, can I do this to level 2? No. Once we get operations to level 9, though, we can. We're still a ways off of that. All right, so we're gonna have a research person just kind of there, unfortunately. A lot of cool avatars you can unlock. Could unlock. I don't know if some of them are more limited or not. Wait, why do I have the Mac one? Play on Mac? But we'll look with it. Before we head back out, let's look for what else we need to upgrade. That's already in progress. Pretty fast. This one would probably be done. Probably not even worth using a speed up for, depending on how many people are online on the Alliance willing to help. This one is 23 minutes. We'll do that one as we venture back out. So our last daily goal, finish off this, would be opening the 4-hour chest again once. I'll be able to get that one off stream. We can do some additional research. I didn't realize we could jump. I thought we had to go in kind of like a line. But we can unlock the shuttle bay, which will unlock away teams. Whatever those might be. We'll find out soon enough, I think. Recall it? I meant to recall it before we started upgrading. I guess since we're waiting for that to come back anyways, I'll use a couple of speed ups. And we'll start upgrading something else. Can we build out any new... Upgrade the titanium house. So now we should be able to heal ship. Oh no, we still have a couple more seconds. Let's run our repair. We'll jump back out. We can keep completing some of our missions. Our next combat one would be the level 6 hostile captain, so we can that relatively easy. We'll probably need him soon. Now let's see what the next one is. Alright, we know that there's level 7s and 8s here, so we're going to go ahead and set back out to Teresa. I think that's probably okay. We have a new character that we unlocked from doing that last one. We have Chev. Run, I think, one recruit here. Get a new one. We get Vel. Plus 25 to dilithium rewards from hostiles. Then we can do a couple. Nothing big on like new recruits, but we're looking for level 7s to attack. While we're doing this, our other ship has been just passively mining the peristeel away. Right now it's up to a little over 1,000 peristeel that it's mined. And then whenever we recall it, that's when it'll be safe. That one. Slowly continue working up, attacking the more aggressive ones. I think all of these ships have the same like kind of rewards, where it's just essentially peristeel. But as we get further on, the rewards will, I think, will get bigger, or be different resources, or I would imagine, anyways. We have a couple cool packages that that we could purchase. So like maybe this one to help advance Picard a little bit faster. So that he would be kind of the dominant carry of our ship for a while. But we're gonna hold off at least for now. And we have the hostile captain, which I think is probably back at our home base. So we'll go ahead and set it for travel. Take about a minute or so. So we do that. We can push forward one of the other unlocks. Did you catch any of the World Series? I caught a little bit of it. A little bit of the tail end. I didn't like sit down to intentionally watch it, but I caught a few of the games. Or like a few of the clips of the games. Since it wasn't like the hometown team, I wasn't as drawn into it. That one still has a bit. I guess we just go ahead and hit that one. That one's 9 yet, which I assume that one either. No. That one, yes. Ship hangar, we can't touch that one quite yet. Can't do anything with the academy, so I think our only upgrades left would be make sure. Quick. And then Technosis said, "Hey OTL in chat, long time no see. What are we up to today?" So we're snapping a bit earlier with a couple of decks. There was a good card deck that I think does really well right now. And then I ran a little bit of like an Ajax anti-venom deck. And then right now we're doing Star Trek Fleet Command, which is the sponsored segment for today's stream, which is actually the second time I've done Star Trek Fleet Command. It's a game that is on both PC and mobile. Very easy to like pick it up, play it a little bit, and not have to like. It's very relaxing almost, because there's very little about it to like get frustrated. So if I need like a cooldown game, I usually do something like this, where you have your civilization building to kind of like click the different things that you need to, maybe send out on a couple of missions, and then nothing like meta-wise to get outskilled with or get frustrated with. Let's go ahead and back. Now that we're here, we can attack the captain. But Technosis, I'm glad you were able to jump in and join us. Hopefully you're having a good one. Hopefully you had a good Halloween. And hopefully you're excited about Friday for the weekend. Civ builders are always a chill time. Yeah, attack Star Trek on it. That game looks cool. Yeah, I civilization builders definitely aren't for everybody. But it's something that I kind of like to do in the downtime, like as I'm trying to get ready for bed, or like when I'm not necessarily like feeling or vibing with Snap at the time. And then Milo out. You said, "Ooh, fresh account." So I actually carried over and continued from what I did the last time. So I did 2 hours on this one. I had one on my phone that was separate from this one that I played. But I did 2 hours of the sponsor stream, and I picked it back up I figured I might as well and see how far we get this time around. And so you could definitely, like, if you're just looking for like the fast progress, you could definitely focus less on like the missions and the attacking, and focus a little bit more on. It all comes down to like upgrading your operations center, which we have plenty of gold. We could kind of speed that up if we needed, but I do like the combat in the game as well. And then P-Town
Hey,
Playa
welcome.
for the
It
win.
took you long enough.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And then P-Town, you said, do you play Civ? So I've actually never played like the actual Civ game, but I've seen some cool things about it. And, I never made the leap myself. Go ahead and get rid of the excess on the ship. We'll repair, and then we can send out for more. Big time sink. For Civ, yeah, and it also seems a bit like overwhelming. To like pick up and start. And so I think a bit of intimidation is at play there as well. All right, let's go. Let's figure out where else we need to go, or what we're doing next. So anything of level 8 or higher. We know that those are at Risa, so we can go ahead and go to old reliable. Technosis, you said been super busy in real life the past week. Glad I could catch you for a bit before I have to go to work. Just watching your content on the daily. I try to catch the VODs as much as possible. I appreciate you, Technosis. And I don't know, Snap's been in kind of an interesting place. And so I'm enjoying it, but it feels like a lot of other people aren't really enjoying the current meta that we're in. And some of the things that we're seeing could be kind of frustrating, and being in the gap week between patches or over the airs is also a bit intimidating. But hopefully November season is exciting, and I'm excited to see what they're cooking up for December, because it feels like they're holding back any of the data mined information from like the patches, and so I'm curious what they're cooking up. And then Mill Out, you said this is a very addictive game, and you can easily spend money when you have a 600-day build time. It gets up to that large of 600 days. Usually I think truthfully, I think I like the early game of Civilization Builders more so than the late game, because I've played a lot of different like builders. So I think Clash of Clans is probably like the first one that I can remember, and it had a different, unique twist to it. But I've played so many over the years, but I find that, you know, I get to around mid game and probably start falling off. Your operations 56. Wow. And that's what it took you. 600-day build time is craziness. Like, what can you even do other than spend money at that point? Except I've been playing the game for almost 6 years. I mean, to keep you like engaged that long is pretty impressive. So I guess, what is it about it that you continue to come back to? Like, is it like some of the events that they have running, the IP? Because all of it feels pretty cohesive, but to keep you engaged that long, I think is like next level for sure. I guess while we have them, I'll just enjoy my like 4-hour build times, and I won't complain about it. And for me, it's the community. I love Star Trek, and they do come up with new events for most of the year. Yeah, it seems like they every time I've seen it, it seems like they do a really good job of like having something new for you to engage in. And it may not be like that you have to sink as much time daily as like. Have you ever played Marvel Strike Force? Because I've heard a lot of people say that Marvel Strike Force eventually felt like it was like your daily chores. Like it wasn't so much that you were having fun at that point as much as like you were doing all of the chores that you had to do each day, and it felt like a second job. This one, I at least so far, I haven't had that feeling where there's so much that you're having to kind of juggle every day to make maximum progress. Technosis, you said Strike Force was a chore to play. So I enjoyed Strike Force, and I've played it a couple of times, but it's very similar. The early game felt super engaging, but maybe after that, you know, if like once you get into like the raids and the alliances, maybe it is a little bit less engaging at that point. We're looking for more level 8s, and this one was just about out of them, so I'm gonna warp over to another location. And while we're waiting for that, increase shield modulation, so we increase starting shield. Good. Let's go ahead and head back to the station. We can upgrade something else. I'll start this, but it'll be done in no time. The Star Trek Fleet Command was the most fun to play up to 39. Took almost 2 years to get to Operations 30. Game can progress you so much quicker now. Yeah, I feel like, because it feels like you probably were in there pretty early on. And so a lot of games eventually kind of phase out the grind of the early game as, you know, more stuff gets added on the tail end. Kind of like World of Warcraft, where like you buy an expansion and you get a free level 80. So you can kind of skip part of it and you level faster in those earlier game portions. This one didn't have anything higher. Okay. Jump out and scout something else, I guess. Not sure if there's a way to tell before you actually like divert over to them. I'm not sure if there's a way to tell if it's more likely to have or like what level opponents it's likely to have. I guess this one says 7. This one says 5. Maybe the average level. Oh, level 4 to 6. But it wasn't that until we actually went to discover it, I guess. But 600 IRL days is crazy for a single upgrade. Five. So that does fall kind of in the mid. So I would assume this is probably level 8 through 10. If we warp to this one. I think that might be how we can tell. A pretty good cluster down here. It might be worth traveling to. I'd probably forget about it. But I assume you still log in and do your dailies. and like progress any like missions that you have and things like that. I would imagine. But if you weren't, yeah, I would definitely forget about it. And I'm sure that there's a decent amount of like you can invest your speed ups into it and stuff like that. Hopefully make it go a little faster at the very least. Yeah, so this one was 9, so it's levels 8 through 10, it looks like. All right, so we can kind of scout what they have. We have missions? I know we're not quite high enough level, but I'm curious. So 10 hostiles of level 8 or higher. Perfect. So Milo, if you're still here hanging out, so in your eyes, Dad, this is definitely a fresh account. At what point should someone consider relocating their home base? Because right now it's about a minute and a half to 2 minutes travel time to get to people around like the level of power that I'd be at. But since it's consumable, I feel like I would hold it a lot longer than I would otherwise. The next one is the hostile captain, which is back at home. Okay, so let's fill up the ship, and then we'll destroy the captain. Then we'll fly back out. Actually, almost full already. We do need some more strength for the level 10s. Ooh, and this one is rewarding titanium, used to build and upgrade like your ship stuff. So the other locations we've been at have all been parasteel up to this point, it feels like. I'd say relocate when you need better resources like the 3 or 4-star materials. Warp times do get better. It takes me 4 minutes to fly from a level 1 system to level 60. Okay. So that's also kind of cut down as you like continue upgrading. The 10-minute chest again? Minute chest gives a 1 minute speed up. I think we might be able to fit the last few in. Shield is also getting a bit low. My advice is to focus on officers. You can get resources from events and rewards, but officers are hard to come by. And so focus on like anything that we can do that unlocks different officers, right? This seems like a game you play in between matches of another game you're playing. I think it can be, especially as you get further on. Yeah, and I noticed the resources right now, like we stay capped out, but eventually we would need to be able to mine more. I think this is the last level 8 that we need. Several 1-star parts for some upgrades. All right, now we'll go back home. Back home, we'll heal it back up, and then we'll take on the boss. He'll help us with that mission. While we're flying back home, let's go back to the interior. This one is almost boostable. I feel like this upgrade is really holding us down from doing any of the other big ones. I'm actually gonna go ahead and finish it off. Yard. The last one we need before Operation Center level 9. Go ahead and do it. I'm gonna go ahead and use some of the gold on it. You'll need dilithium for research. You can mine enough at lower ops to help, but when you progress, you need a ship called the Monavine, because you can get a daily credit of a few billion. And so once you progress it to a spot where like your research can't keep up on the resources for it. And so compared to your 600 IRL days, we have 4 hours, 5 hours. I'm still gonna instance it. Level 10 cell, which we could go with. Wait, you said that's not fair? Oh, what, for the 4 hours instead of 600 days? Yeah, but you're also have access to a lot more than what I do. Yeah, 5 hours. 5 hours is definitely reasonable. After that, maybe not so much. All right, we need shipyard to level 9 to be able to upgrade that. We need a couple of our, I think our generators. Yeah, we need both A and B. We have plenty of speed ups that we naturally unlock as well. So let's do that. Search there. I think I'm gonna speed up a couple of these. Research the assembly line. So we want shipyard level 9. There we go. We've recalled back. Let's go ahead and repair. We're looking at the shipyard up to level 9. I think I'm just gonna. No, we're gonna instant do that one too. We probably shouldn't, but that allows me to start upgrading the or researching the assembly line. Unlocking These two astronautics be after repair diagnostic. That we need. Ooh, we can actually do the peristyle storage already. And so once these clear up, we can start addressing those as well. Said research a mining ship so you can mine quicker. I'm not sure if I have the level for it yet, though. We'll find out. Station. No, these aren't the blueprints. This one is though, right? Unlocks a fortunate a grade 1 survey ship. I don't think any. I think these would be pretty far off. Yeah. Probably wouldn't be combat, would it? Oh, you said the Fortunate is a mining ship? Oh, in that case. Alright, perfect. Have that taken away. And the first time that I got the sponsorship, I spent, like, I figured if there was anything that was the most worthwhile to purchase, it was probably going to be like the extra builder and extra researcher to kind of help your progress a bit faster. And so that's what I focused on early. Great, this one. And for level 10, we need astronautics to 5, but to do that, we have to rely on our research first. Quite a bit of research, actually. We're a little bit bogged down there, unless we wanted to speed any of that up. I'd work on upgrading these. Yeah, and the extra builder was, I think, $5 for the purchase. And so, like, as far as the value I got out of it, it's so big. Because then you can really multitask how many things you're working on upgrading at the same time. Kind of streamline that process. Research, I feel like we're just now getting to the point where I can have 2 going at a time. But I think in the long run would definitely be very, very useful. We have a couple of these that we can collect just from the upgrades that we were naturally doing anyways. A lot of them. Apparently, I didn't realize how many of these were built back up. So these are giving titanium, which can be used to build and upgrade ships, which is nice. And I guess I can look at potentially upgrading one of the ships that we have. Okay. So we're all good there. Let's go to ships. I don't know why we didn't clear this one up earlier. It doesn't use any resources at that point. But still not quite enough to upgrade it with any more XP. Plenty of these that we could hooked back on. Actually, I've got the strength a good amount. We need more battle parts, which I think we get just from like going out on those missions. Go ahead and grab our 10-minute chest. I think we send him back out. On this one, we'll go to the a couple minutes. So many places that you're able to go. I can only imagine how long it would take to need to or get to visit all of these. I guess once you upgrade your warp system, it's not probably as big of a deal. But there's a lot of little territories that you can go into. Go ahead and... Galaxy can be a treacherous place. Require and assign a hailing frequency. Kind of like emotes for other ships that you're passing by, I imagine. Oh no, I was supposed to defeat the captain. I forgot. I forgot that's what we were gonna do. All right, wasted warp. That's okay. While we're waiting, I think I'm gonna speed up some of the research because we do have quite a bit that we're able to do now. Be able to do. We can actually build out the fortunate ship as well. We don't have a dock for a third one yet. We could take the other one that's at the mines right now. And we can recall it back on. I'm going to burst through a couple of these. We get peristyle storage. This is our storage. Same thing for the titanium one. Run repair diagnostics now. Go ahead and spend a bit on that. But we can do astronautics. So that's the like dividing factor of when we can upgrade Operations Center to level 10. So when the game first started, there was no cancel warp drive. So if you clicked away on a faraway system, you'd have to sit there 6 minutes till the ship arrived and recall it. Oh, that's tough. Because if you make like a mistake or you like forget to go somewhere that you didn't really need to go, you're just kind of at the mercy of waiting. I'm glad that there's a cancel or like an override for it now. We almost have Gala unlocked. Now it's level 9 or higher. And then 15 more ship XP for battles. Nice. Alright, so now let's go ahead and Now we'll travel. Go. Let's go to our interior. I think. Shipyard. We'll do build ship, and we'll check out the Fortunate. So we have the Rialta, the Orion, Vet. Now we'll be able to have the Fortunate as well. So bigger base strength. So Parasteel mining laser. Mining rate of Parasteel is increased by 15%. Very nice. Let's go ahead and instant build it as well. We can go ahead and staff it. We'll send that off to mine. So the location that we're sending to mine doesn't matter as much, does it? I mean, I know the different locations have different resources, but as long as it has Parasteel, it probably be okay. Swap this for the Fortunate. Oh, nice. And it kept all of our officers intact here. Right now we have all next gen. I don't think any of these others match with this, so that's probably. Did complete this one. The next one would be the Findra. That one would be the research, but it's going to take at least until we get research and development to 10. That'll be a ways off. We haven't been doing the main mission, just the combat training. So maybe I should have been doing some of these. Okay, so go to nearby system, defeat 3 hostile ships to retrieve the stolen heroes and blueprints. I'm guessing it probably needs to be level 3. First, let's go ahead and take this one to somewhere to be able to mine. I don't think that there's resources on our starting planet. Go back out, Google check. There's only 900 resources. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I should have went to a higher one. There's only 900 to 1,000 resources on any one of these, but that should be okay for a little bit. Now, for this one. Camera overheated again. Turn it off for a second, and I'll turn it back on here in just a second as well. But I think after we do this one, we should be getting pretty close to our 2-hour mark. We'll be able to switch over. Go ahead and view the system. So missions, like I think on each location you can missions for it. Have any weekend streams lined up? Not this weekend, I don't think. I think I'm gonna take Saturday and Sunday, and then we'll be back Monday, with Snap all day. Unless we decide to check out the bazaar, then maybe it might be something that we do either a weekend or a Monday stream. But at least right now, I think we take a couple days. So we are gonna wrap up here, and I'm actually gonna head out to go make sure that my son gets home from school. So we are gonna go ahead and raid you guys out. But I appreciate all of you that were here, that hung out through the sponsored portion, through the regular portion, and I'm excited to do a few more here soon, but right around that time. So let's see who's online for. Yeah. It looks like most people are playing either Pokemon Pocket or either Pokemon Pocket, the Bazaar, or other similars. So let's go ahead and send you guys over into Husky Puppies. Yeah, he's one of the few that hasn't switched over. But go ahead and queue up that raid. Thank you guys, as always, for being here. Very much appreciate each and every one of you. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. Oh, I forgot I wasn't on cam. I'll turn it back on for a split second. Thank you guys, as always. We're gonna raid you guys over, and we will catch you again, most likely on Monday if you guys jump in. Thank you guys again. Later, guys.